Welcome in, folks. We're just in the process of getting started here. I've been pretty well. This last month's been an incredibly busy October for me, so have not been streaming nearly as much as I should here in October, but we're over the hump. Let's get my face on here. Well, there's your rainbow in the clouds right there, from my flight home from Wisconsin. There we go. Well, gotta fix that. Let's bring the microscope in here. There we go. Well, the first thing that we have under here is something that I put under the microscope just on a whim, which was just this insulating plastic that came with something that I ordered online. Thought, why not try it under there? That's a pretty strange look. Not exactly what I expected it to look like. It's a lot more biological looking than I really expected. But let's figure out what we're going to do with some of this music loop here. Let's filter those strings further in the back. And we gotta make some sort of loop with this Moog. Let's start with that. Maybe we blend some of the Moog and a tiny bit of the filtered strings for first loop tonight. And I'll quiet down my ocean sample too. But we have some fun new tricks here. I've replaced my microscope table. As such, I can now do this and show you guys slide making. I can pull that camera over on a little tripod, hoist it right over here too. But it's funny, I had to move the entire setup to the left about 6 inches. You'd think that would be easy. There were a lot of things that had to get unplugged and replugged back in for that to happen. That was like a 4-hour move of 6 inches for all of the desk stuff. Well, and building that little table together. So, let's get a little loop going that we can improvise with. And we'll get to making something cool with the slide. We're going to do something biological first. And we'll see what all we get into tonight. I've got a bunch of ideas floating around, and we'll see where that takes us. We have some books that we're going to dip in for samples and for some short readings. One of the ones that I think we're going to pull some vocal samples for weird loops is going to be this guy. Some people might already be familiar with this book from the 80s, I want to say. Rolling Stone called this the longest shaggy dog joke in history. It's great because almost no matter where you flip into it, it just sounds like craziness. Like, I flipped right here, page 9. The first sentence I glance at says, "I told you, 5 hours due west, to be precise." So at the same instant, Howard turns a somersault in Atlantis. Sarsaparilla Godzilla, a tourist from Simcoe, Ontario, she had the misfortune of being born a human being, turns a neat nosedive right here and lands unconscious. What? What? Let's get our first loop going here. We're going to keep those strings blended with some Moog, I think. We're doubled up on reverbs. Let's not do that. We need more attack and a reset there. Alright, we're going to start real basic with the loops. So let me mute the mic. I think we got it first pass. Which means we now have the filtered strings locked in there, so we can do other things with the strings, like change them in octave and bring that filter off. Maybe give them a delay. Oh yeah, I'm liking that. It's a little loud, though. Let's turn off that delay, cut down some of that amplitude. Alright. Now that we got the bass loop done there, we can switch an octave on the Moog, change our envelope. Alright. I think we got a good starting loop here. Let's now make something fun for the microscope. Slides. Let's bring the camera over here. Does anybody have any requests for first slide of the day? I'm going to see if I can pull this thing off its tripod and stand it right next to where we're doing this. Success. So we could do bubbles. We could do living things. I'm kind of feeling bubbles or mixing some fluids first thing tonight. Let's start it out with fluids. How's about we do shampoo and foaming hand soap? Why not? Just gonna dab my finger in the shampoo. Little tiny speck on the slot. Now, some foaming hand soap. A little more than I anticipated. Okay, now the magic. Cover slip, polarizing filters. Hey Titus, welcome in. We are just about to cover slip some bubbles in shampoo and give everybody a nice little visual spectacle as we then go back to modifying the music some. Alright, cover slip. Hey Wombat. Yeah, I've had an incredibly busy October here, but I'm mostly over the hump of large amounts of work. Okay. Let's get these bubbles on the microscope. New camera angle, microscope camera. All right. Focus. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Let's go right there. Look at that. Look at that. Where are we going to go here? Right here looks pretty cool. And of course, we got to do this. Let's turn off some of those effects. It's funny, this always looks different when we do it. Different blends of chemicals. Back to the primary. You know, I might actually try this more without the polarizer on. Let's try. To get a better image, I'm about to tap this down and flatten it some more. We're going to try over here. Look at that bubble moving. It's cruising. Can I just invert colors on my microscope camera? Let's see. You might see some of my drop-down menus overlap the microscope camera, but that's fine. Options, no, measurements, layer, process, image, adjust. No option for adjust color. Color adjustment. Nope. Guess I don't have an option on the microscope camera to invert its colors. I bet I can do that in OBS though. Let's see. Microscope. Hey Red Locks, welcome in. We're just getting started here. As you can see, we have some bubbles. I'm gonna see if I can invert the colors on the microscope with an OBS filter. So add filter. I guess this would be a color correction. Let's see what options I get in color correction. No option for that. Remove. Would have been something I should have explored before stream. 3D turn apply LUT, blur, chroma key, color correction, color grading, color key, displacement mapping, dynamic mask. Nope, I don't think we have it. That's okay. So for the time being, activate this guy. And I think we're going to go back to polarized mode. I'm going to move the camera back for synthesizers. Yes, this is what happens when many of us wash our hair, especially if you wash with the shampoo that I just put under there. So, that was an interesting little experimental one. There's some things that can definitely be improved on how we did this one, though. That one didn't actually work out quite as well as our usual bubbles and shampoo one. So let's toss that polarizer back on for the time being. Well, this region actually looks much nicer. There we go. Holy crap, that's the type of view that I was after right there. That looks really nice. God. We're in bad thunderstorms out here tonight. I started stream anyway, but I keep seeing our bitrate dip down to about 1/3 of what it should be. I hope that's not going to cause us some big issues here tonight. Hey Handy, welcome in. Enjoy your Louis Wayne's cats with that sub. I still haven't caught the new Louis Wayne movie that's out. The only movie that I've seen recently was Dune, but I'm not going to give you guys any spoilers. For anybody who doesn't know, I actually know what happens in Dune. Oh yeah, look at that. So something still isn't right for me with the music. We're probably going to quiet one of our loops and do a little bit of a redo on some of this. You just finished the new movie? You liked it? I liked it too. Let's capture a little bit of this ARP. And then redo the other loop. We usually don't make a whole lot of use out of the delay. Let's use a bunch of delay for this loop. Let's see how that goes. Welcome in, OtterBox. We got some soap bubbles under the microscope right now. I'm about to redo a loop layer here. It's something a little weird and delay, experimental type. Oh, and I'll show you this too. I know you came from Tom Thinks stream. We got a little Tom Thinks hype in here. Where is it? There you go. There's from my time being a guest on Borb's show. There we go. Promised a lifelong Tier 1 subscription. You're waiting. I believe I gifted you a tier infinity subscription to life, not to this Twitch stream. Welcome in, Herc Morningstar. Can't promise any blocking of ads IRL though. That's still a technological challenge. But I can say that you can use my emotes anywhere that you like. Whoa. This is something that's pretty cool about this slide, is we keep getting these sudden flows moving around. It's pretty trippy to see. Hey Seahorse, welcome in. Speaking of Tom. Speaking of Tom. So, one of our friends just got in here, OtterBox, that I recognized from your stream, and we showed him that I had been previously a guest with Borb, who Borb made a sudden miniature late-night appearance tonight, inadvertently. But right now we have soap bubbles under the microscope, and I have a new camera trick. Now I can turn that and show you the microscope. Rather than just the synthesizers all the time. But welcome everybody. What we have is foaming hand soap, this stuff, and the colloid-looking mixture around it is shampoo. So, that is what we're currently looking at. It's really cool. We have a lot of other things to look at. Some things are new. Whoa! Whoa! That's not a bubble. That's not a bubble either. I think I see some bubbles right there. This, I believe, is where most bubbles originate, down in the ocean. Let me check for any bubbles up here. You guys see any bubbles up here? Maybe any elongated, rainbow-shaped bubbles? How is the rest of stream, Tom? Did Duck behave? And welcome, new people. Medea27, Mr. Higgles, thanks for trying. Welcome, everybody. There's your rainbow. If you hang on a second, there's going to be a double rainbow up there in the clouds. There's one little bit of the rainbow. Where's the double? There's the single. Where's the double? Double's getting a merge. Don't worry, this rainbow is not under my microscope. There's the little bit of double just to the left of it. Just barely there. I obviously did not see it when I was recording this out the plane window, because I was not focusing on the second part of the rainbow. Okay. Let's go back to where we are. Back here. And I'll greet people on the big camera. Welcome! This is an OpenSet stream. We play synthesizers, we have some things we like to read, we have a microscope that we like to use, and we get into all sorts of fun things here. Or nerdy things is probably more accurate. We give our friend Tom Thinks a quick little shout out. I imagine essentially everybody in here right now knows who Tom Thinks is. In case you don't, here's when his friend Borb painted me on Tom's show. He also made this quick sketch that I then took and reinterpreted through a pretty trippy shader layered on top of Mars footage, which I have put where? I am one of those people that has a huge number of media elements in my scenes, and it is right here. So this is me passing footage of Mars, along with Borb's sketch of me, through a shader that I coded, and then I put it into a feedback loop to let it dissolve like that. I'm not going to let it dissolve all the way because it starts flashing a kind of obnoxious amount. But that's what that is. What do we call you? OpenSet? You may call me OpenSet, or you can call me by my first name, Austin. Or as I tell my students, they can also call me Mr. Beard or Coach Beard, because many of them can't pronounce my French last name very well. French name problems. Yes, Moog and microscope. Right now this ARP is a little too repetitive for me, so we're about to vary it up. That was the wrong loop. I've got an RC505 by my knees that we're controlling the loops on. Oh, I rotated the camera too much. I usually try to show where my lap is so you can see when I'm doing the loop stuff. So we had those ARPs right there. We're now going to do a little bit of a different ARP. Seems strange, but that was too crazy. I'm actually going to crank up the speed of the arpeggiator to maximum. Sometimes this actually helps me tame the ARP a little bit better. Too much verb. No problem, Tom. Go take care of after stream stuff. We'll catch you back in a little bit. If it wasn't so late at night, after you play your tenor ukulele, or was it a baritone ukulele? I think it was baritone ukulele. I'd be tempted to pull out my baritone ukulele, but we'll save that for a daylight stream where I'm not disturbing people. Actually, I know what we're going to bring back. We're going to bring back the strings from the modular. There we go. That's what I needed. All right. Are we ready to get to it with a new microscope slide? So, not to be a bother, some of us are trying to encourage Tom to get a beginner's loop pedal if you have any recommendations. Well, I believe it's not a beginner's one. I believe the RC505s are going to drop in price because the Make 2 was just released. But otherwise, it's kind of going to depend on some features that he might want. The RC505 is nice, especially if you want to use some extra vocal effects, because really, for its price, it's worth it just as an effects unit, never mind the loops. But I started out looping here with my Flashback X4 delay pedal that's up here on my desk. And I upgraded to the RC505 last year. I'm by no means an expert on looping. We have mutual friend Aaron Goldberg, who is essentially an expert on looping. He uses the RC505 as well. Yes, RC505 is quite the piece of looping equipment. Hey, Prepaid Obsidian, welcome in. One of the tones is exactly the same your dryer makes when it's done. You keep thinking that and checking it. I apologize. I know what that's like to have happen. Let me see. We were about to make a new slide. I think we're going to go biological next. Maybe try to find a tardigrade? Does that sound fun? I'll turn this, let you guys see me make the slide real quick. So we got a box of slides here. Grab a slide, and then we're going to grab a sample out of one of my sample jars. So you may have noticed this purple glow beside me behind the microscope. Those are grow lights sitting over my microscope sample colonies. Another streamer had sent me some moss from his backyard, and it happened to be full of tardigrades, so we've been cultivating those tardigrades for over a year now. Many other organisms in there too, but I'm going to take this pipette, dip it in that jar, grab us some juice, put it on the slide, cover slip it, and we'll see what we got. And while I can't promise tardigrades on the first go, I can promise that we will get something living on the first go. Scooped a little more sand than what I would have liked, but sand looks beautiful under the polarizers anyway. It just props up our slide a little more than what I would want. And then we're going to adjust what's going on with the bass of our music, which is currently just on a C drone. You want the 505? Probably just use Live. Yeah, so I was using Ableton Live and an Ableton Push before I really started streaming. And I initially went DAWless simply to save my computer from not having to run Ableton while I was streaming. But these days I've kept Ableton out of the mix just out of habit now. Occasionally I'll bring it in from the laptop and sample it into the RC505 for some instruments that I can't afford, like a hang drum. Or a cello. Alright, new slide going on. Do we have a tardigrade very first thing? I think that may be a tardigrade that just went and hid behind that. Is it? Is it just a rotifer? Come on, show us. Show yourself. Are you a tardigrade? I want to see a leg. I think that's a tardigrade. Nope, that is a rotifer. That's okay, we're going to continue looking. Rotifers are still fun to look at, but they're not tardigrades. And we're going to polarize this as well. Here, I'll just go ahead and show you guys what it looks like polarized. Because as I promised, the sand looks really cool when we polarize it. And that's what sand looks like between two polarizing filters. Looks like opals. So what's the scale? So right now we are on 40x magnification. So that's a 4x objective. And we can flip up to 100x polarized pretty easily there for this little microscopic worm. So this worm is going to be less than a millimeter long. That you see there, those are small, fine grains of sand that are next to it. Oh, you work for a guy that did the oils for... Not familiar with that name, the music video. You're going to try to share this with him. That's awesome. If you want to share anything that I've done with him, I would encourage you to take a look at my YouTube and probably share the video that I recently uploaded of just microscopy of bubbles and synthesizers. We have a friend here that does liquid light shows, and he recorded me a fantastic take of one of the ones that he made. It is right here. Phosphor Visual is very talented. Let's put this on for a quick second, and I'm going to move the camera back to the synthesizer. There we go. I'll fast forward a bit to give you guys a sense of it too, because it's like a 15-minute long video. Because stuff like this is just so beautiful. Obviously, this is not under the microscope right now. But yeah, Phosphor Visual, very, very talented. Okay, we'll wave goodbye to that. We'll come back to the microscope right now. We're going to filter down those strings a little bit. Changed the FPS on the microscope camera, and it's kind of freaking me out. Okay, we're going to remove the polarizer for the tardigrade hunt again. No, not a tardigrade. That is a little paramecium. That's a little unicellular dude. Come back. Where'd you go? There it is. Oh, and as I have on the screen, there will be a special stream Sunday night for both my birthday and Halloween. We'll see. Ooh. Hey, wormy guy. Hey, wormy guy. I think this might do well with this effect. This worm is quite the dancer. It's wiggling all around. I was wanting to polarize it, but I think it would swim away by the time I had put the polarizer on. Okay, back to primary screen. Back to tardigrade hunting, or whatever else we find in here. Yes, everyone do the worm. Now, someone before had asked about scale. I was going to try to find a very flat there's an exoskeleton of a gastratrick right there. Little tiny microscopic arthropod. And that's its shed exoskeleton. You can see its little forked tail right in the middle. That's a pretty cool view. I don't think we've ever seen their exoskeletons cast off like that before. So this water obviously has plenty of microbial life. Welcome in, Original Joni, or Johnny, however that is pronounced. Man, I thought I would see a tardigrade by now. I guess I wasn't sampling from deep enough, because the tardigrades in here like to kind of burrow deeper in the sand in the jar. But that's okay. We got lots of life in here. We'll add another drop of water to this in a minute. This part looks particularly dense on the slide. Let's check here. There's movement. What was that guy? That isn't very tardigrade-like motion, but I'm still curious what this is that's moving this blob of sand around. Can we see through it if we crank the light? No. That is a rotifer. You can tell by that little inchworming motion that it was making behind there, before it even popped out. Antelope Witcha, thank you for that subscription. Welcome in. Enjoy your Lewis Wayne cat emotes. Okay, so because we didn't get one on that first shot, I'll pull up a quick recording that we have of where we found a tardigrade, and I polarized it, and it looked really cool. So I have this under the microbes folder, I think. So here you go. Here's from a previous day where we found a tardigrade right up close and polarized it. Because most people have seen like what a tardigrade looks like, but most people have not seen one polarized, where the little stylet in their head glows. It's their chewing mechanism in the head. You can see whatever it ate is also glowing under polarization. And there's a little egg thing to its right. Something swirling around, a little bubble or egg. I think that's an egg over there. But I was really satisfied when we had that. Hopefully we'll have this type of thing occur again tonight. I was pausing on this little transparent thing to see if that was anything interesting. Something cast off a living organism. Okay. But I think that we have our answer over here that we did not scoop a tardigrade on the first go. We'll roll back one level just to double check. The light. The light. And we have a lot of other materials we're going to try looking at here tonight. I have a fly tying kit with all sorts of feathers and all that in there. Feathers are pretty cool. There's our dancing worm. These microorganisms respond to music. Not really. Most of what they're responding to when they're in here is the fact that their world has just become two-dimensionalized. Because they've gone from kind of having 3D directions they can move in to being wedged between two panes of glass. The other thing I would expect them to possibly respond to is when I crank up the light in polarization mode, those that have the ability to see this, is they get a whole lot of light focused on. Look at that little thing. Hey Starchface, welcome in. What brings me around these parts? Finally having a break from all the stuff I've been wrapped up with this month. October's always a rough one for me. But I see the light at the end of the tunnel here. This agitated little guy. Speaking of ones that are upset by their world being two-dimensionalized, this one is obviously struggling to grab a foothold on the glass. Okay. What is that? It's moving. Come on. God, did I miss it? It was moving so fast I couldn't hit the focus knob in time. Alright, there you are, Sir Speedy. What are you? Great, now it's in the... now it's in the zone that the water bubble is. There it is. Is that just a There's a second one. What's going on here? We're not used to these guys moving this fast. That's kind of funny. Because Oktoberfest. Good to see you too, Starchface. Let's see. Also not a tardigrade. Let's go ahead and add an extra drop of water now. I actually added 2 drops rather than 1. Come on. We got any tardigrades in here? Hey, Roy Tokyo, welcome in! We are currently on a little tardigrade hunt. We've added some new things in here. One of the ones we were playing around with earlier is I got some of these hexiosis, super nice geometric video loops like this. Brace your eyes, the color is about to change on the screen. This one looks incredibly nice when I stream in 60 FPS, along with this one. But I need a night with better bitrate for streaming stuff like that in 60 FPS. Okay, now let's repolarize. How are things out your way? I've had to have about 2.5 weeks, mostly away from Twitch here, dealing with work, projects, family stuff. But we're back. We're back. Probably going to be trying for some daytime streams here before too long as well. You love this world over here? Oh, look at that. You guys see right in the middle there? I think we have another exoskeleton right here. Look at that. Another gastric exoskeleton. That's pretty cool to see. What frequency does it have to be to make the entire 2D environment resonate? Are you familiar with the principle of Chladni plates? Because you can generally hit multiple resonant frequencies on a flat plate, like these little slides of glass. But being very small, they won't absorb a whole lot of that vibrational energy. We'd usually have to get a larger plate of glass. We would be more likely to hit a resonant frequency at the top of the microscope desk, especially with some of the low synthesizer notes. But those of you that have read my bio or know me know that I'm a teacher, and resonant frequencies is one of the things that I like to re-solidify in people's minds with a better way of thinking about things, because a lot of students in like grade school and physical science and all that learn about resonance, but it doesn't really sink in. So an easy example to understand like that a pendulum has a resonant frequency is to just imagine a swing set. Systems tend to have what might be called pumping energies, where if you're familiar with pumping your legs back and forth on a swing, there's a certain frequency at which you have to move your legs to add more energy to the system in the right way to where it keeps on swinging back and forth. And we would call the frequency that you have to beat your legs to get a swing set going one of its resonant frequencies. And that's why we talk about pumping energy into a system at the right frequency, the same way you pump your legs to gain more kinetic energy on the swing set. And trees have much the same. Rather than being a pendulum, they're more like a cantilever, and you can push on a tree at the right rhythm and get a large tree wavering back and forth a very disturbing amount. What's there? Is there a little organism behind there that we missed? Come on, are you a tardigrade? It's the slow-moving ones that are usually tardigrades. But that made... what? It's up top. You guys see this? There's something... there it is, it's moving more now. I don't know what this is. Trying to figure out what part of this is the living thing. Is it something that's buried in some organic matter? And what I was getting at with talking about like a swing set and all that, and like getting a tree moving by pushing on it, something as simple as a tube of bamboo also has this. We don't really see the deformations in a tube of bamboo as this happens, but when someone plays the didgeridoo, their lips will suddenly feel when it hits that resonant tone, and the didgeridoo kind of goes off on its resonant frequencies. Like what happened when you were driving through a storm and the tires were bending over a scary amount in the wind. So yes, cars are another thing where we can hit resonant frequencies in some very wrong ways or very right ways. A common example with resonant frequencies in a car is when someone cracks the window in a car just the wrong amount, and the wind starts buffeting back and forth in a way that causes a vibration to kind of happen a lot stronger than you would expect. You get this terrible do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do resonant sound coming through the car. I really have no idea what that thing is that we're looking at. I've not seen any signs for what its body shape might be. But I'm reasonably sure that is something alive and not just material settling. Yes, you get that when you open a sunroof on a station wagon? That is a very common experience with that. And resonant frequencies are one of those things that mechanical engineers and civil engineers really have to watch out for when they pop up just the wrong way in a system. Obviously, there are things where we want resonant frequencies to occur, like the synthesizer's filter. Right there. but don't ask me too many questions about how a resonant filter works. Electrical engineering was not my forte. Thank you for that subscription. How do I even say your name? I see AFK. AFK. I almost want to say AFK AOK. It's almost a palindrome too. So presumably the microscope would have a different resonant frequency than the glass slides, though, make it hard to get footage of the tardigrades, etc. So it really depends on what we're talking about, like mechanical resonant frequencies. That would lead to more problems with vibration on both the microscope and the slide, and generally to get good pictures, you want as little vibration as possible. The primary danger for resonant frequencies in a place like I am right now would be the ventilation system or my dryer or washer downstairs, provided we're not in like a hurricane at the time with powerful winds bending the walls. Because generally in this room I'm playing music just through my headphones, not out in the room because it's very, very late night. You just discovered the channel, it's right up your alley. Awesome, welcome in. Kafka Oak. Everyone says that. Oak it is. Okay. Well, I'm out here adjacent to the city of Oaks in North Carolina. Raleigh's name is the city of Oaks. And I've got a bunch of oaks in my little backyard over there. I have a big fondness for plants. In a little bit we'll look at some plant cells. Deathbringer, welcome in! How are you, my friend, on that 14-month roll? Whenever I'm working, I see you over there grinding. I usually can't pop in. I usually can't chat while I'm working, but I try to lurk you. Yeah, Deathbringer, you're lucky. I think the minimum age on Twitch is 13, so you're just over the bar. Ex-Professor Oak. Artist formerly known as Oak. Oh, we got Worm going over here. Let's do a little something crazy with some of the colors. We have some new people in here. You guys know that I have some of my favorites here. Some of my favorite crystal slides are a little misplaced right now after reorganizing the entire desk, but we're going to do a little, which one was this? This one is, I'll know what type of crystal it is when we look at it under the microscope. Gotta check some of those angles on the crystals. And while we're talking physics and resonant frequencies, this gives us an excuse to talk refraction. So these are the little crystals here. Let me find the end of one and I'll tell you what type it is. This is... oh, that's where the water droplet was. I want the bare end of the crystals hanging out somewhere. Come on. Right there. This one is Epsom salt. This was Epsom salt. And as people know, crystals and all reflective things have a refractive index. Some things are said to be birefractive or birefringent, where they have a different index of refraction depending on the polarization of light entering it. So when we start playing with polarizing filters, here's what happens. All the different angles within the crystalline structure light up different colors because they're interacting with the polarization of the light in all sorts of different ways. We'll zoom in another level. You better believe the first time we did this, my mind was blown. I was like, why didn't they show me this when I was in school? And now, because we love symmetry, we'll reflect. Holy crap! 20 gift subs! Alright, Oak. If you have any special requests for what goes under the microscope, you just let me know. You just let me know, my friend. That's quite the sub bomb. Let's mirror this. And now, let's do our next favorite thing. Let's now chroma key this. Now we're playing with OBS effects, but still, this is our primary thing that we're painting with. Do I have alerts turned off on the other scene? I'll fix that. Now I gotta see, who got some of those? Gotta know some of the people that got those. Forgotten Pikmin got them. Paul Artoya. Gecko Baby got one. I think Gecko Baby was in here at the very beginning of stream today. Devil and Mrs. J. Ral. Risky Biscuit Band. Parapluie. You got some good people on your sub bomb. You got some of our regulars in there. Qubit. Man, thank you. Sub bomb at 20. Now, as I said, you want to see anything special under the microscope, you just let me know. But this is what I was talking about. All this birefractive stuff in here seems so abstract until you see it occur. Now watch when I rotate the polarizer. Now we're no longer cross-polarized. In here. I can bring the camera back over to the microscope to show you. So under the microscope, I have one polarizer sitting on top of the light source. Up here, I have another polarizing film sitting on top of the slide. And I can rotate either one to cause that effect. So I'll rotate the one that's over the light source. Yes, there is a reason it reminds you of oil on a puddle, because many things like oil will also demonstrate some of these types of properties, and we can do that by stressing plastic. Shaky cam as we reposition. Professional stream. Hey Ocean Drainer, welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely evening. I'll crank up some more light now. And then we're going to do some fun stuff with this. All right. Now we're at the setting that I like. We're going to roll backwards one level. Get this to look like broken stained glass. Oh, look at all that. It's almost invisible. Oh, look at that. Different parts of this crystallize different ways since I used a blowtorch on it to try to speed it up. But this slide is actually left over where someone wanted me to make them a custom wallpaper that no one else would have. So I offered to crystallize a slide with their kind of choice of how it got spread out and if I torched it and all that. Took some real high-res pictures and then framed it for their phone and their desktop. So, you're gifted those odd shapes again. Brave new faves. Excellent. Let's see. Studying resonant frequencies, but feeding MIDI data to AI procedurally generated visual cues. That's pretty fun. Here. Speaking of AI, I put it in the title that we had cats. Let me turn on the cat cam. Where is it? Cat cam is not a normal cat cam. Here we go. Here's your AI-generated cat cam. Be warned, some of the cats are not very cat-like. Like that one. Oh, that is a beautiful region right there. Let me get the lighting better on it. Constrict. There's a cat with 2 heads. Okay. I'm gonna tab over to the microscope software. Take a picture of this guy real quick. Alright. Snap. Okay. Took my picture. Had to snap a higher res picture of that, because that is a lovely region. Now, some of my favorite cats in here are the ones that got mixed with cat memes, and the computer tried to write nonsense cat memes in there. And a lot of you know the drill. There is also the Mega Cat Cam. Let me find where I have this saved. Embrace your eyeballs. Does a double-headed cat have 18 lives? I don't know where they store the lives, if it's in the head or the tail or the paws or what. For some reason, I guess it makes the most sense for them to be stored in the head, because there's plenty of cats that barely have a tail that survive just fine. Here's your Mega Cat Cam. That one you can almost read like cartoony at the beginning of that one. Okay, let me also do this to them. I'll turn the scroll filter off of the background. There you go. Now we're extruding AI cats to create a cat room. And surprise, surprise, this is how cats are made. Most people don't know that. I tagged this as an educational stream, right? Okay, cats. We're going to turn your scroll filter off. Then we're going to go back to our primary scene. There we go. Came for psychedelic visuals, not disappointed. Here. I'll give you one. I'll give you another psychedelic visual here real quick. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready. Because here it comes. Hey, Pacific Plankton, welcome in. Ah, yes, we do have an S. Someone's been writing on my crystals. I'll give you guys another one while I'm pulling these things up. Here you go. I know many of you heard of a Klein bottle before, but how about a Klein Taurus? Is this allowed? Is this a legal shape for us to use, or is this an illegal shape? I don't know. Okay, that's enough. That's enough four-dimensional shapes right now. Got any tesseracts? Let me see what I can do for a request for a tesseract real quick. Don't think I can do tesseract right now, but I can do morphing between cubes and hexagons. How's about... is this it? No, that is not the cube thing I was hoping to pull up. Where is it? I have too many math-related scenes in here, surprising no one. I have a whole loop for how to construct a decagon. Sorry, a dodecagon. Concave mirror physics. Way too many scenes in here. Okay, I do not know where that one is. But, here we go. There's some more math for you. I always like that one. And there it goes! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Okay, let me make sure I turn that off so it doesn't re-trigger. All these scenes are manual, so I'm just clicking them on and off. So I had to make sure they get turned back off so they don't just happen again and again and again every time we click. Walter Rat, thank you for that subscription! Welcome in. Now, we're gonna find something cool in here. We're gonna go back with our crazy scene with this. Our mirrored partial scene. Not that. We'll do a little demo there first. That's a little too crazy for all these crystals, so we're going here. What you're seeing right now is just me moving the microscope stage on top of this crazy scene that I built in OBS. And I'll show you how I can edit the crazy scene, because really what's going on here is the virtual camera's in the background while the foreground is made partially transparent, but I have applied 3D transformations to the virtual camera. So, if anybody's interested in recreating this scene, the only 3D transformation is a pitch correction on the x-axis of 130 degrees. And I'll change that pitch correction now. Yoink. And now as we approach 0, you see things lining right back up. But I'm going to give it a slight offset of, let's say, 8 degrees. And now we get that. So that's a very slight offset. Ooh, that's actually really nice and satisfying. We need better focus on it, though. You're just listening to a YouTube video of Terrence McKenna talking about fractals last night. Awesome. I don't think I've heard him talk about fractals aside from passing mention. But if anybody in here is ever interested in us talking about like how you go about generating something like the Mandelbrot fractal, it's pretty easy, actually. The only thing you really need to know how to do is how to square complex numbers, and that's something that I can teach most adults in like a couple minutes. It's one of the beginning projects in Python that I usually go through with my college students, is a basic Mandelbrot checker, like give a complex number. How many iterations do you want to run through the loop? Is it still within the bounds after this many loops, or is it outside the bounds after this many loops? Then we get to talking about what an escape time algorithm is. And that looks really nice. That looks really nice. I just wish I had it in higher resolution. But we were playing with the pitch correction. I'm going to snap this back to 0. And we're going to apply a yaw transformation now. Let's roll with 30 degrees on the yaw. Very bizarre. I don't like this one as much because it's not quite centered properly. It's kind of funny what it did to my camera, though. So let's redo that. Maybe one day over Discord I should do like a lesson to show people exactly how these scenes are made so people can experiment themselves with this stuff. Yeah, that's one thing that I like, is showing other people how this stuff works. Alright, we're going to go back to bringing that all the way around. We were at 130 degrees before. This time let's go with 140. Old aphorism, as above, so below. Seems like a reference to the fractal nature of reality. There's a lot of really interesting things when you think about like a quote like, as above, so below, where we get... What do I even say about it? Really, to me, the secret behind fractals is recursion. Even in something like the Mandelbrot that seems to not like repeat, that nature of it where you can keep on zooming in and keep getting this like roughness or anything like that, to me the answer always seems to be recursion when we look at how those things arrive at the way they work. And it makes me wonder about a lot of the processes that form fractal-like things in nature, and how much of that is based on things happening similar ways over and over and over and over again. One of the famous problems when we start talking about like fractals and roughness is the, quote, famous math problem of how long is the coastline of England? I'll pull up a visual aid for this. I already have the visual aid of this saved on my tablet. My tablet is not currently connected. Okay, so this is called the coastline paradox. I'm going to switch to the primary scene and do a display capture real quick. So the idea is, if you measure it with a yardstick that is as long as the one on the left, you will get a shorter coastline measurement than with a smaller measuring device next in the middle, and then a smaller one on the right, you get a longer coastline. And the question is, what happens if we keep shrinking our measuring device as we attempt to measure the coastline of England? Will we approach the quote-unquote true length of the coastline? Well, what happens when our measurement starts zigzagging around every grain of sand? When our measuring device has to dip into the crevices between every protein in a plant? We start getting distances that are astronomical, to where it becomes it eventually becomes meaningless to ask how long is the coastline of England if you keep on doing that. So that's what's meant by the coastline of England paradox. That the smaller your measuring implement on a sufficiently rough surface like that, you seem to get just infinity as the length. Okay, display capture off. And I believe Mandelbrot himself was studying the nature of roughness when he came across these ideas, as he famously published in his book, The Fractal Geometry of Nature. I bought that book for one of my friends as a present for successful defense of their PhD. And it was actually kind of hard to get a copy of that book. Okay, now, like an atom resembles a solar system and a solar system resembles a universe, etc. The question of what an atom is similar to is one that's tough for me. It's very tough for me for what an atom is similar to. Once we kind of modernize our idea of how to conceptualize electrons, that is a mind-bending bit of physics and chemistry that still doesn't quite sit right with me. but I recognize that once you get to fundamental particle small, things get weird from our perspective. Onto the total surface area of England. Okay, let's switch up our slides. What are we going to go into next? Oh, I saved some spicy mustard from a Chinese restaurant if we want to look at that under the microscope. Thought that might be something kind of silly to put under there. You guys want to go back to living things, do some spicy mustard, or what you feeling? People can let me know their input. We can do paper, we can do ink with our soap, whatever we want. Another thing that we have is I've had this little jar sealed for about 6 months now, sitting by the grow light, and all this algae has grown in it. So we might get to that today, might be another day. Mustard! Time for some spicy mustard! Alright, let's do some mustard. Do we mix anything with the mustard? Or do we go plain? I kind of want to do some foaming hand soap with the mustard, just so we have bubbles in there. We're going to do soapy mustard. Alright. Mustard, squirting some on the slide. I totally just squirted more than I meant to. Careful with the mustard, don't put too much on your food, it is indeed spicy. Okay, now a dash of foaming hand soap. Rather than layering it right on top, we're going to put it in from the side. Finger dab it. Okay, cover slip for our mustard and our soap. And we're about to see something we've never seen under the microscope before. Spicy mustard. I would check the ingredients on that little packet, but I don't think I can read off that little packet in this dim of light. Oh, I have a good feeling about this. Look at that blob of mustard. Look at all those bubbles. We're going to zoom into the mustard. Is it flowing anywhere? Yes, it is flowing right there. That's where we're going to zoom in. Check that out. Speaking of physics, here's some fluid motion for you guys. You can probably see why I wanted to add bubbles with it. Here, I'll give you a link to my Discord. I don't have any bots in here, other than myself and Starchface. That is really cool. Oh yeah. Look at these little tiny micro droplets in there too. I'm looking over in this region. Those look like little oil droplets in there. That's really cool. By the way, about half of the time of stream tonight, our bitrate has been in the red. It is still storming wildly outside, so I hope the image quality has been okay despite bitrate problems tonight. But I am in central North Carolina, and this is thunderstorm territory. Storming there too? Whew. Earlier when I was watching Numb the Geek's stream, he was talking about a giant storm that had rolled in there in New Jersey, and I was like, it's storming here too. And I went and looked on the weather radar, and the storm cloud stretched from New Jersey down here to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I don't think that we're getting the same one from West Coast to East Coast right now. That would be impressive if it crossed 2 mountain ranges. Or would it be 3? I was just thinking the Appalachians and the Rockies. I don't know my far west mountain ranges like I should. I'm assuming now there must be another mountain range out there that it would cross. Now let's polarize this. Ooh, bubbles popping. We're going to check in this mustard here and see what happens when we polarize. There's a little bit of plant material right there. That's kind of freaky. Look at those little tiny bubbles. Do I see bubbles inside bubbles there? You guys see that? What I'm talking about? Right there. I think we have bubbles inside bubbles. Recursive bubbles! As above, so below! I think these are actually foreground bubbles, so we can see background bubbles behind them, based on what I see when I roll the focus knob here. But either way, looks real cool. Or actually, if that one moves much more, we'll be able to tell finally. Man, these things look nice. We were talking on the last stream, what is it about bubbles that is so fascinating? Even sitting here as an adult. I'm sure I was fascinated with bubbles when I was even 2 years old and people's blowing bubbles. Let's pop them. Well, that's going to be the next step. Is the next thing, once these settle in, is we're going to smush the slide some more, which will pop a large number of bubbles, but it'll also get all these fluids flowing around again. And we're going to need to experiment with more and more fluids under here. Perfect gradients that resolve with no beginning or end. The round and transient nature. Last time we were talking about maybe we're so into bubbles because we all live in a bubble. Little tiny bubble of atmosphere wrapping around the Earth, with another bubble of magnetic field wrapping us in protection. Inside the larger bubble of the sun's gravity well, a protective bubble partially guarded by Jupiter against asteroid impact. Yep, cells and wombs, evolution moving from the quote-unquote bubble of the ocean up to the land, and eventually breaking that bubble of the atmosphere when we first made it to space. Although there is speculation if we were the first Earthlings to be launched into space or not. Even to survive, because I've seen some speculation that a sufficiently strong asteroid could hypothetically knock a tardigrade in hibernation state up into the upper levels of the atmosphere and still fall back down and be able to survive. So who knows if tardigrades were the first ones to get launched into space and make it back, but I don't think we can know that for sure or not. But it's still funny to speculate about. Sending our best space cowboy, Jeff Bezos, into space. What I liked about that whole stunt was kind of Shatner's a very emotional takeaway about the importance of the Earth and how, to him, once you got up there above the atmosphere, that space just seemed like death. That's not a perspective that you hear from a lot of other people when they get that kind of taste of space. It usually feels like, oh, the majesty, the overall, like, Earth is very important, seemed to be his big takeaway. Earth is extremely important. Out there, that is cold death. Rest is also a very universal circle experience. At least for us mammals it is. That one I think of more like a circle of biology where not only has reproduction occurred, but then the transfer of nutrients and antibodies in a circle from one generation to the next, which then gets completed later on in life, when the parent then needs the child in their old age to help with sustenance. In times when we didn't have things like retirement plans and all that. Not that everybody has that, but it's also a common human experience of the parent takes care of the child takes care of the parent. Common, of course, not universal. Alright, we ready to give this a little smush? Get things... Well, at the moment I thought they weren't moving anymore. There we go. Let's roll backwards one level. And let's give a larger scan to this now, because there's regions of this that we have not explored that might look very different. Cyclical nature of the seemingly circular paths of stars. So that's another cycle that fascinates me, is the star cycle. The idea of stars dying, new stars being born. I'm, of course, not very qualified to talk much about that. I never really went very deep into anything related to astrophysics. I took the math classes for prereqs for that, but I didn't take the physics classes. The mustard still kind of looks like mustard zoomed in. Yep. I wonder if we continue to zoom in, if it's made out of fundamental mustard particles. I was trying to think of a good pun on like quark or electron to name it after a mustard particle, but I got nothing. I don't have those linguistic skills to be that hot. And I'll make another notice here too. I can be bad about missing comments in chat unless people tag me. Because you see, my eyes are focused on the microscope output usually, and I'm glancing over to chat with my non-dominant eye. Which, good thing to know for anybody out there that might also be a teacher. People have a dominant eye, that you tend to register more that happens on one side than the other one. My dominant eye is my left eye. And it's good for teachers to be aware of this, because that puts you at risk of paying too much attention to one side of a class and not enough attention to the other side of a class. And it's something we try to avoid accidentally, always calling on the left side of the class and all that. Most people are already aware of their dominant hand and dominant foot. But most people also have a dominant eye. Are there people with ambidextrous eyes? I would assume so. Given what we see about people's favoritism for other bilateral body parts. A psychologist would obviously have a better answer for you. Rather than I assume so. You're half ambidextrous. Oh, that's still on? I've looked. Yes, that is still the AI cat generator. Some of them do look like real cats. There are 2 pictures in there that are not AI generated. One of them is very obvious. But let me check. How many cats have we generated? These aren't being live generated. I pre-generated them and then loaded up a giant folder. We currently have 1,394 AI cats generated. I joke to people that I have an infinite number of cats, but what I really mean is we can just continue generating them. And while my county does have rules about the maximum number of cats a person can own, I didn't see any rules about AI cats. So I think I am safe with my 1,300 cats here. Did I name them all? I have not. So I've brainstormed about a good number of games here in chat for stream. We might play one of them here in a quick second, called Caniform or Feliform, a taxonomical game where you have to figure out if the animal on screen is more closely related to dogs or cats. But the other game that I've thought about doing involves the AI cats. And it would kind of be like a version of the old terrible website Hot or Not. But it's going to be more like Cat, or I couldn't come up with a good name. And we would do round after round after round, and then have playoffs then between the cats to find the ultimate AI cats, as we have people vote, and the cats then get set up against each other, and people have to pick their favorites for either best cat or weirdest cat, or whatever parameters we might come up with. I think that could be a fun thing to mess around with one day. But would anybody like to volunteer to play my game, Caniform or Feliform? I need to get my materials ready, but we can play a quick round. The prize is you get bonus points. Cat or Nat? Hot or Not ran out of hot people. Okay. Do we have a volunteer to play Caniform or Feliform? Because the idea is I'm going to show you a picture of an animal, and you have to identify well, first up, all carnivores, members of the order Carnivora, are classified either into Caniform, dog-like, or Feliform, cat-like. And this includes things like weasels, bears, raccoons, all sorts of things. Things that can be hard to tell if they're more closely related to cats or dogs. Happy birthday. We'll be having a fun birthday party over here around Sunday, but thank you for the early wishes. Tom thinks is going to play our first round of Caniform or Feliform. I'm selecting your animal right now, Tom thinks. And I should have noted, it's Caniform, Feliform, or trap. There's a small number on here that are trap animals, which are neither, but most of them are either Caniform or Feliform. And I have selected your first animal now. And this needs to operate a little bit on the honor system, where if someone already knows what the animal is, or if I accidentally show the URL, we're not just going to Google it when you see its name. But everyone is welcome to chime in. Hey, Celestial Apples, you like our bubbles? We're about to do Caniform or Feliform with Tom Thinks. Caniform or Feliform? Ready, set. Here comes your animal now. Tom Thinks, Caniform or Feliform? What is this guy? Cat-like, dog-like, or trap? Caniform or Feliform? And I recognize this is an extremely difficult game. What do we have? How good of a taxonomist of carnivores are you? Bonus points for anybody that does know the name of this animal. Sloth Doggo, trap. I'll give people a couple more seconds before I reveal what this is. We have another person chiming in, trap. So, I'm going to change the size of my display capture here so that I'll be able to show you guys the result more easily. Shrink. Alright. This guy is the Binturong. The Binturong, also known as the bear cat, is a vivarid native to the South and Southeast Asia, and it is of the order Carnivora, suborder Feliformia. This is a cat-like animal, the Binturong. Like I said, this is a difficult game. First-time chatter, knew this is a Binturong. Excellent job. Would we like to play a second round? Would anybody like to volunteer for a quick round of Caniform or Feliform? I'm selecting an animal right now for whoever would like to step up next. Almost said dog. And I must warn people, this is a difficult game. So, do we have a second volunteer? Someone can just step up and say, I volunteer as tribute. Crystal Coder. Crystal Coder has stepped up, or at least that's the first one that I saw. Apologies for me missing any chat. Crystal Coder, I hope you're ready. Here is your animal. Caniform, Feliform, or trap. What is this little guy? Next one is fake. All right, so we have one vote in chat for Doggo. You're welcome to listen to chat or go against chat. Going with Canine, going with Caniform. Anybody else want to chime in before I reveal what this animal is? I'm gonna give 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get ready. This is the aardwolf. Alphabetically famous, an insectivorous mammal native to East and Southern Africa. And what do you know? He is of the member Feliformia. The aardwolf, despite having wolf in its name, is a Feliform. Major upset right there. Because I can tell you right now, when I found out about how these guys are taxonomically classified, this is what made me make this game when I realized this is actually a very hard game. Holy crap, 5,000 bits from Oak. You are lighting us up here tonight. That is very, very much appreciated. Be spending those 5,000 bits on some nice birthday dinner stuff here on Sunday. Thank you very much. Now, do we have another volunteer for Caniform or Feliform? And Oak, if you would like to step up, your generosity tonight will allow you to bypass the line if you would like to. I'm selecting another animal right now. Okay, so I need to see how I'll say your name. MD Sylvester, Dr. Sylvester? You go by MD Sylvester or Dr. Sylvester, one of those? I'm assuming MD is medical doctor. All right. You love my stream? I love your stream. Okay. Maryland Sylvester. Not a doctor, but yes. All right. Here we go. MD Sylvester. Your animal is going to be one that most of us can identify. This is a relatively well-known animal. So again, honor system, not look it up. Oh, this one also has a name. Whoever uploaded the picture of this one told us that its name is Roy. So here is your animal. Caniform or Feliform. And again, honor system for no Googling until we reveal the answer. Because I think most people will know what type of animal this is, but people might not know if this is a Caniform or Feliform, or if it's a trap. Horse. All right, it's a cute hamster. Yes, and this is Roy, tardigrade. All right, MD Sylvester, this is your go. You can go with what chat might recommend, or you can go independent. Caniform, Feliform, or trap? We have one vote for trap in there. You heard they smell terrible. I've heard similar things, but I've also known some people that really enjoy their pet ferrets. We have another vote in chat for trap. Who knows? You're gonna go with feliform. All right, 5 seconds before I reveal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. We probably already knew this was a ferret. His name is Roy, as you can see down there. Ferrets are indeed carnivorans. They're of the family Mustelidae, and I happen to know that mustelids are... They are of the suborder Caeniformia. Caeniform. Our little mustelid, the weasel family, ferrets, are indeed caeniforms. Alright. I think we're having fun with this. If I have a volunteer for another round, we'll do another round. Maybe I need to pull a lesser-known animal next. Let's go with a lesser-known animal. I had never heard of this animal when we did this. This one, there's even a video. Alright. Do we have a volunteer? Or are we just going to do this as a group? Any volunteer before I just let it go to the whole chat? Alright. How do I say your name? Skitkits. Skitkits. Here is your animal. Caeniform or feliform. With this little dude. Or trap, of course. Caeniform, feliform, or trap. You need to get a better view of that little face. Look at those hairs. Those wiry long hairs. Get a little view of a foot. Not quite. Back foot. There's a little back foot. So, what do we think? Caeniform or feliform? And does anybody know what animal this is? So we have one person going with rabbit family. Rabbits are lagomorphs, related to the rodents. So we have, Oak thinks it's a marsupial. It's a beautiful dog we have from Ultimo Cowboy Romance. Oh! MD Sylvester knows what it is! We have someone that knows what this animal is. But again, on our system for us to not cheat and check if it's caeniform, feliform, or trap, even if someone knows the name of the animal. We have prairie dog. Now, I need to... You're leaning towards... duck. Skitkits. Is that what you're going with? But is the Hyrax a dog or a duck? Do you have a final answer for us? Caeniform, feliform, or a trap? Sounds like you're leaning towards possibly dog or duck. You're gonna go with dog. Let's see. This is indeed a Hyrax, as we had an answer in chat for. And the Hyrax is mammal in the infraclass Placentilia, the superorder Afrotheria. Huh. Superorder Afrotheria. What is this guy related to? Oh boy. This guy is a neither. This is not a carnivore. This guy is more closely related to an elephant than it is to a dog or a cat. Now, here we go. African origin. This group is golden moles, elephant shrews, tenrecs, aardvarks, hyraxes, elephants, and sea cows. Talk about a weird group of animals. Interesting trivia fact. This animal is mentioned in the ancient texts of both the Jewish religion and the Christian religion in the old books of the Bible. because that's where this guy's native to. Do we have any other cool little trivia facts? Oh, we got a little video here. So what you can't hear, since I'm not playing the audio, is they have a characteristic grunting sound they make as they chew. So as they chew, they go ow, 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 as they chew. Anybody wants to listen to that, I will give you the link for the Hyrax right here. And just because I'm feeling generous, we're going to do one last one. Group effort. So that guy was officially a neither. That was our first trap. We're going to do one more here today. We did this one last time we played this game, but I love the way this animal looks. This one is also an incredibly difficult one to identify, despite us having a good look at its head, ears, snout, and paws. Ready? Ready? This one might be my favorite on the whole list. Someone might know what the name of this one is. Caniform, feliform, or trap for the whole group. Go. What is this little guy? What is this? And yes, this game is very hard. This is probably the hardest game I've ever come up with. So we have a vote for a trap, we have a vote for a cat, and we have a vote for a dog. We have a vote for a plush, thinking it's a toy. We have a man-bear-pig, we have a bartender vote. He does look like he's a bartender, but I don't think being a bartender precludes you from being a caniform or a feliform. Marsupial or something, chihuahua, dog, drink. Are we ready? Last time we did this, one person knew the name of the animal. They didn't know how to spell it. Dad? Oh, we have someone that knows the name of it. MD Sylvester, are you a zoologist by chance, or animal lover? Because this is indeed a kinkajou. This is a kinkajou. Kinkajou is a mammal of the family Prosolinidae. I just see that I want to say Cylon. And it is a member of that family along with olingos, cotis, raccoons, and the ringtail. And they are, it doesn't list it right here, but when we go to their family, the Procyonidae, we see that these guys are, they are offshoots of the canids. They are indeed caniforms. A very early offshoot. So, not a whole lot of morphological similarity with the other canids. Now, I think that we have another good picture of this guy on here. Because, interesting, this is one of the only caniforms with a prehensile tail. Look at him grabbing that branch with his prehensile tail. That's pretty cool. And a general FYI, kinkajous are promoted frequently in the illegal pet trade and exotic pet trade. They do not come recommended as being a pet. This is not a good pet animal despite being so cute. Please do not seek a pet kinkajou. There are much better caniforms to have as pets than kinkajous. Anybody who has ever tried to keep a raccoon might know the reputation of trying to keep a Prosonidae. I'll show you guys some of these other ones here. The Olingo is a pretty cool one. Look at this little guy. I think sometimes these guys get called some like possum variant, but they're not marsupials. They're more closely related to raccoons. And I also want to show you, this is probably the one that's one of the biggest traps on the whole thing. You show the ringtail to people, people do not think that this is a caniform. You look at this and people think lemur. They think that's a ring-tailed lemur, but that is a caniform right there. And oddly, it's a caniform that has the name ringtail cat. Well, here they're just calling it a ringtail. There it is. Ringtail cat. But that is a caniform that looks like a lemur. Kinkajous, not even once. Uh-oh, someone ordering one on Amazon. All right, let's get back to some microscoping. That was a fun tangent, talking animals. Who doesn't love talking animals? Yes, please do not keep exotic pets. Okay, so we've been on our bubble slide here for a while. How about we brew up a little something new? Let's give this a little smush to get things back in motion. We'll go down here. Tom thinks cheering 1,000 bits! You loved losing, still fun. Well, that's what we hope for. We hope to have fun whether we win or lose, or whether we're supporting people that are winning or losing in this. So, let's get this little smush, and we'll brew up a new slide. Whoa, I think that just got in between the slide and the polarizing film. Oh, but that's actually a really good view. Accidental bubbles and clearer focus. Are they going to touch? Are they going to merge? How many scientists are there here? So, Celestial Apples, you would be surprised. A surprising number of scientists and university professors do hang out in this stream. I could snoop our lurkers to see if, because at least one is a taxonomist. One is a specialist on diatoms, another one is a specialist on birds. We have another person that hangs out in here occasionally that is that does a deep sea ecology for deep dwelling ocean organisms. We got a gift sub! Thank you, Tom, for that gift sub over to Celestial Apples. One of these nights we'll put some apples under the microscope and make them look like a celestial thing with polarization. Now, what are we going to put under there? Alright, I'll give chat input here. Do we go back for living stuff? Sorry, I'm going to make the decision. We haven't looked at plant cells yet. I have a plant bias, and we're going to pull a tiny little sprig of moss. I'm going to once again bring the camera over. Actually, rather than bringing it all the way, we'll just focus it over here with what I'm doing. It takes me a little more time than I would like to move the camera right now. I just got it set up like this today. So, in this very scientific orange solo cup, orange is for science, red solo cup is for party, I have a little tiny piece of bryophyte moss that I've been hydrating. By hydrating, I mean it was dried out and I put it in some distilled water. And we're going to take a little clipping and we're going to try to look at some plant cells on it. And we'll probably find some creatures that are attached to it. This moss came from my yard. I scooped it up yesterday, thinking that I was going to be able to stream yesterday, but I wasn't able to stream yesterday. Now all the moss outside is super hydrated because it's been storming all day. Well, storming all night, I should say. So this is a teeny tiny little sprig of moss that I'm about to put on the slide. And now I'm going to grab some water with it. I'm going to scoop some of the distilled water that it was sitting in, where organisms may very well have crawled off of it and into the water. So these are not going to be organisms from sample jars, these are going to be organisms from the garden. That's where they came from my garden. One cover slip for the moss. So my background in biology is not studying animals, although I love animals. It is from studying plants. So I come to stream with a strong pro-plant bias, as being some of those beautiful creatures here on Earth. even the very smallest plants. And bryophyte mosses are some of the smallest, least differentiated of all plants. There's that little individual strand, and we can see it is differentiated enough to have leaves. But we're going to go in closer. We got a little rotifer cling to it, as we predicted. Animals love living on mosses. It's a little silly bean down there. Rotifer feeding. Let's scope that before it pops away. You can see it engaging its feeding motion right there. Whoop, little animal. Filter feeding. And as I'm exploring a slide, if I miss a comment someone really wanted me to see, please just tag me. It's no problem to tag me in chat. It does not bother me at all. Because while I'm looking over here, I'm looking back and forth, looking back and forth, looking back and forth. Because the real treasure here now is going to be zooming in closer. Because at this level, you can start to see the individual cells of the plant, and when we get closer than that, we can see the individual chloroplasts, where photosynthesis happens. So we're going to zoom in closer than we've zoomed into anything here yet tonight. We're going to go in 40 times closer than this. Tag! Oh, you know I'm it. What exactly it is might vary from person to person. So there's you some plant cells. That one has stuff in the background where it's a little hard to see it properly, but we're going to find somewhere we get a clearer view. But those are oblong-shaped plant cells. Here we go. Let's try this area right here. Those are too curved. We need ones that'll lay flat to get in a nice bit of focus. And that's the challenging part here. Oh, there we go. Not able to resolve this one's chloroplasts all that well. So we're going to need to zoom in further. Try the tip first. Huh. We crushed something that was hiding in it, and now debris is falling out of it. That may have been some sort of very small bug. And now you can see fragments of its insides spilling out there. Little death and destruction. Oh, those ones are resolving pretty decently. There's a little bit of an art to this of trying to find the right regions on here, and I might need to smush the slide more. We'll see. Yeah, we need that USB plug-and-play scanning electron microscope. If you are interested in some scanning electron microscope live streaming, one of our stream friends, Diatom's Attack, streams from his scanning electron microscope. There's his link right there. And as you might expect, he studies diatoms. Which, we'll see some diatoms in here too. I'll point them out. We've already seen some diatoms in the previous slides. They're little unicellular photosynthetic plankton-like guys. Okay, I have still not found the spot that I would like to zoom in further into yet. But I gotta decide soon here before I just spend the whole time rambling and wandering around this. Too curved. Root hairs, root hairs. Too curved. This has promise. These cells aren't fully developed, but they're laying down really flat. We'll go for some of these slightly larger ones, and we're going to zoom in another notch. Okay, the thickness of the slide has hurt our visibility of the individual chloroplasts, but what can I say? Organelles are really small to resolve, but we at least got the cells in decent focus. But we're going to do something even nicer aesthetically next, where we're going to polarize the plant next, because all of the carbohydrates that make up its cell wall light up in polarization. And really, this doesn't image that well at the super high magnification because it's not flat enough for us. I should have like crushed it between the cover slip before I put it under the microscope. That's a risky move because you always run the risk of cracking your cover slip. But it's sometimes what you need to do. Polarized. Look at that bubble. One lone bubble. So do I ever dye my slides to check out transparent structures, capillary action, etc.? So I don't keep stains in here because a lot of those stains are biohazards. And I've been hesitant to bring any sorts of biohazards in my music and teaching room here. This doesn't have like proper laboratory setup, but I do know how to do staining and have done it before. We just haven't gotten that intense with this stuff yet. Because additionally, with the nature of live streaming, I'm trying to spend a minimal amount of time prepping the slide, but it is something that I've thought very seriously about. I do have some permanent slides that are pre-stained, though. Now let me zoom in here. Speaking of transparent structures. Oh, I can't zoom in further. This moss just has unusually small cells, but what you can see still here is this cross-thatch pattern where we're looking at the cell walls light up. How are organelle identity, domains, boundaries extended under the continuous flux of vesicle trafficking and membrane remodeling? That's gonna be a question for somebody that studied embryology and cell biology. Which, that ain't me. I do know some people that went in real deep with that, and I can vouch for something here, that embryology is what I consider to be the most fascinating portion of biology. Because one of the things that first fascinated me about biology was just basically learning how is it that bodies differentiate different specialized cells all from the same types of cells. If they begin all as stem cells, how does it know to put all the eye cells over here, the nerve cells over here, and just basically how does differentiation work? Because it seems like such a complicated task. If all of our cells have the same genes, they need to be signaled for which ones need to turn on which type of proteins to be made. And that all boils down to embryology. And it is wildly complex. I will show you a video that a friend made that won the Nikon Small World Science Video of the Year prize of a zebrafish embryo in its egg growing its nervous system. Pulling that up right now. So she won first place for this in 2018. And I'll give the link in chat after I share it here. Display capture. Let's change the size of our display capture. So this is a time lapse that goes over 16 hours. So 16-hour time lapse. Here you go. And you can see the nerve cells extending from the spinal cord out to the rest of the body. And this is just fascinating. This occurs in 16 hours in this little fish embryo. And yes, you can see those eyes up front too. Isn't that insane? To me, this is so insane. And this is done with a technique called single plane illumination. It's a type of fluorescent microscopy that you limit the laser exposure to the organism to not kill it. So you light up the plane that's in focus only, rather than shining light all the way through the organism. And you're lighting up fluorescent proteins that you've had the organism express in places that you want to look at. Here they were specifically looking at what we call axon guidance, how axons know which direction to grow in. Neat 3D printer. And I'll share that link here in chat. Alright, display capture, goodbye. So that is a highly recommended science video to pass along to all your friends that like science. Yep, it's all CGI. We watched it on a computer, therefore it is computer graphics, right? Now we're going to do what I like to do with these plant materials. I like to now do this. For now, our bryophyte moss kaleidoscope. But we're going to alter our settings here. We're going to switch our virtual camera to a different one. Whoa now, whoa now. No thank you, that needs a render delay. There we go. You see why it needed a render delay. How you like my moss now? That's fun. That's a lot of fun. I was doing shoutouts. I don't think I gave Tom Thinks a shoutout right after he rated. There we go. Our good friend Tom Thinks, one of the most talented streamers out there. If you're in here and you have not followed Tom Thinks, you should take my advice and follow Tom Thinks and check out one of his streams. In fact, you should probably check out both a daytime stream and a nighttime stream because he does mainly 2 different shows. It's a real original out there. Tom drinks. Tom does indeed do some drinking sometime. We got some of the adult juice over here. We got some adult go-go juice over here. Probably saving that for a birthday night, though. Although, actually, we'll probably open up some Duvel that night, but I'm not having any alcohol tonight. Because if I was to start having alcohol tonight, we would be streaming till sunrise. Yes, I'm on East Coast. Yep, we're gonna have that Duvel on my birthday. The Flemish Devil. I think my Duvel glass is even still sitting right over here. It's looking a little dusty. There's the Duvel glass. Custom painted Duvel glass. It's dusty because I haven't had Duvel in a while. It's been sitting in that cabinet. Not sure how you found my stream? I'm not sure how you found me either. I want to say that someone in your community told me that they were the one that recommended that you raid me one night. I forget who that was, though. It's a familiar name, though. I'm hesitant to throw out guesses, though. Okay, back to primary screen. Because at this point, I mostly find other streams through raids and shoutouts. Occasionally I'll find a new stream through like a niche Discord for some niche synthesizer microscope type interest. But in general, most of the people that I know like to raid talented and creative people, and that's what I like to follow. When I'm on Twitch, the most common thing for me to have Twitch is to have something on my second monitor where someone's doing something interesting while I'm working on a project, so I'm often not really fully engaged with chat, just because I'm also working on something. And the other primary reason that I'm usually on chat is 70% of my time is in music streams, and that's kind of how I get my time to practice my synthesizer, is I will just go in a music stream and then try to improvise along with what they're doing. And despite having streamed for like 2.5 years, playing synthesizer and all this, tonight we're not totally focused on the synthesizer. Other streams we will 100% focus on playing music. Despite doing that for so long, I've still never performed on synthesizers in front of anyone other than 2 people. One of my close friends and some of my family. So this OpenSet playing music is kind of Twitch exclusive here. Commissioned Tom and OpenSet to record a song. I can make things, but most of the things that I make aren't like most people's songs. Because my musical training is on classical guitar. But I was one of those people that was forced into it that wound up developing such a distaste for doing that just because I was so forced into it that I didn't really start enjoying playing music until I was essentially done with college. But I still got 3 guitars in this room. One is right beside me. An electric guitar right there. Because what college changed for me is I got really into engineering and devices. And synthesizers are kind of the instrument that attracts like someone that wants like an electrical instrument they can build. If not the theremin, but we see the theremin over there. Heading to bed, Celestial Apples. Hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. We'll see you another evening. Maybe see you in a daytime stream, because I'm going to be getting back to daytime streams here pretty soon, too. Daytime streams, we focus a little more... I guess today is kind of similar to what we do in the daytime streams. I'm not kind of as loose as I often am in a nighttime stream, just because I'm a little out of the groove after having like 2.5 weeks of just work. But typically, we are opening up all sorts of books of poetry and all that. Let's take a little dip into one real quick. Actually, we're going to take a dip into 3. We'll read 3 poems from 3 separate authors. We shall begin with a book that I've sent now. This is one of my most gifted books. I've probably gifted this book to 12 different people, including a couple streamers, including one person that's in chat right now. The Poetry of Impermanence, Mindfulness, and Joy. I'm going to read the poem that is on page 6 from Ryokan, who lived 1758 to 1831 in Japan, who is a Zen poet and calligrapher. I never longed for the wilder side of life. Rivers and mountains were my friends. Clouds consumed my shadow where I roamed. The birds pass high just above my resting place. Straw sandals in snowy villages. A walking stick in spring. I sought a timeless truth. The flower's glory is just another form of dust. now. Is it against your religion to rep Taoism? Are you doing this wrong? I did not build the Theremin over here. I have the Moog Theremin. This poem, Filiform. Now we're going to read one. Speaking of religious background, Ryokan comes out of the Buddhist Zen tradition with heavy Taoist influence because his primary influence was Hanshan of the Chinese traditions, who came 1,000 years before him. Next, we'll read a passage from another religious author, Omar Khayyam, who was a Sufi. Omar Khayyam, famous also as a mathematician and astronomer. I will note that these quatrains are heavily translated. Translators took liberties with them, but doesn't stop it from still being a great book. I'm looking for a particular passage. Most of these are also about impermanence. There we go. Up from Earth's center, and through the seventh gate, I rose, and on the throne of Saturn sate. How many knots unraveled by the road, but not this knot of human death and fate. There was a door to which I found no key. There was a veil past which I could not see. Some little talk a while of me and thee. There seemed, and then no more, of thee and me. Then to the rolling heaven itself I cried, asking what lamp had destiny to guide her little children stumbling in the dark. And, a blind understanding, heaven replied. Then to this earthen bowl I did adjourn, my lip to the secret well of life to learn. And lip to lip it murmured, while you live, drink, for once dead, you never shall return. There really is something lost in translation. Unfortunately, I'm reading a 3-volume Greek tragedy series, and you wish you spoke Greek. Yes. So, when it comes to translated, especially translated ancient works, you're really getting something that is a large part of the author and a large part of the translator. So not all translations come across quite as well. But our last thing we're going to read is something that is not translated, something from an English poet, very famous one of William Blake. And that's one thing that I'll point out there with Khayyam. That is obviously heavily translated into all sorts of things to make it rhyme, no less. And there's all sorts of scholarly works about the translations of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. It is a very, very famous work. So, from William Blake, The Songs of Innocence and Experience. We shall go with 138. Let me sure it's on a page that I can read. Oh, I forgot. Page numbers don't work in this book. William Blake is a bit of a weirdo. There we go. We'll do The Garden of Love. I went to the Garden of Love and saw what I never had seen. A chapel was built in the midst where I used to play on the green, and the gates of this chapel were shut, and, quote, "Thou shalt not," writ over the door. So I turned to the Garden of Love that so many sweet flowers bore, and I saw it was filled with graves, and tombstones where flowers should be, and priests in black gowns were walking their rounds, and binding with briars all my joys and desires. It's an oldies song. Does Omar Khayyam rhyme originally? That's a good question, Kevin. I have no idea. Let's see if we can get an answer from Google. Does the original Rubaiyat rhyme? Yes, it does. Or at least that's my first Google result tells me. They talk about something even called the Omar stanza. Yeah, so that would be one of the reasons why they took such liberties with translations of that, was to try to keep it rhyming the way that it's supposed to, it looks like. Going to sleep, Tom? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bringing your friends in tonight. Tion Venus, welcome in. And also, Kevin, welcome in if you weren't just lurking here before. I know you, like I, often like to lurk. Primary scene. So, it's interesting to hear how the works, actually work as written. Yes. Have I ever read the Canterbury Tales? So for my literature elective during undergrad, our instructor was working on her PhD with something to do with the Canterbury Tales, and as such, she had us go through a lot of Canterbury Tales stuff. And we memorized the first bit of it, but I couldn't say that again because the Canterbury Tales are in such language that it's like, what? This is English? Let me see if I can jog the memory and look at it and see if I can remember how it goes. Canterbury Tales original text. Text and translations from Harvard. The general prologue. Oh yeah, I remember this. Alright, screen share time real quick. For anybody who has not been exposed to what the Canterbury Tales look like in their original language. Screen share. When that April, with its shores suit, the drouth of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in switch liquor, of which virtue engendered it in its, I want to say fleur, like I pronounce liqueur there like I'm French here. When Zephyrus it eke with his sweet breath, with his breath, because I always say that, inspired hath every holt and heath, and tend crops, and young son. Anybody interested in the Canterbury Tales, I'll give this link in here too. It's nice that this Harvard version does line-by-line translations too. Check out the Neville Coghill translation. A new translation. Well, first result there is an Amazon link. Let me try adding PDF. There it is. Translated into modern English. Alright, I'll also share that for anybody that wants it. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Looks like someone just scanned the whole Penguin Classics of it. Anybody interested in that? Here's your translated Canterbury Tales PDF. When in April the sweet showers fall, and pierce the drought of March to the root and all, the veins are bathed in liquor of such power as brings about the engendering of the flower. Much more understandable in modern English. So what's the original? Middle English, I want to say, is the original? I'm guessing. But I was one of those people that didn't have a proper appreciation for literature until I got just the right teacher during college. Probably easier to make those rhymes. Yeah. The Canterbury Tales tell some pretty funny stories in there too. I'm not going to go into all that right now. There's a lot to what's going on there. But I am keeping an eye on our time here tonight. I'm not trying to run till sunrise because I'm going to try to stream tomorrow for a daytime stream as well. I'm going to try. No promise, it depends on how the workday goes and all that, but we'll try. But we will have good options to raid when we do wrap up. So, with us aware that we're going to wrap up in the next who knows how long, does anybody have any requests for anything for us to look at under the microscope, literature you'd like to chat about, a poem? Let me know. We're in just chatting tonight so we can be flexible and do kind of whatever we feel like. Man, that cat picture there, I don't even know what that looked like. That looks like fur balls strung up on rocks with a chat bubble of nonsense above one. The cat cam never ceases to amaze. So we did in high school, they had us read, or try to, the tales in the original language as a joke. Then they handed out the modern version for actual study. The monkeys and the steam spots. Nose hair. This is indeed moss, and we can look at a nose hair. But I need to prepare. Because the first thing I need to do is I need to sterilize my tweezers. And that is done with a torch. So they will need to cool down before I pluck a nose hair. Those of you that see what we're doing will know why I need to sterilize my tweezers before they go in my nose. Yeah. So those need to cool down a quick second. Let's give them a drop of water to expedite the cooling. I should have left them cherry hot and put them by the mic to get that sizzle sound for you guys, but I need to put this over my double glass. It did indeed do a puff of steam. Okay, those need to cool down a second. And then I will attempt to pluck a nose hair for you guys. Maybe we will do an eyelash next to it for comparison, if I can grab an eyelash easily. I'm not going to use tweezers to pluck an eyelash, but I usually just give a gentle tug to see if any are ready to fall out of their follicle yet. How dare I use a dual glass to collect drops of water? Well, this dual glass is scuffed. I need a new dual glass. You'll see the problem here is one that irritates me every time I use it. Let me pull up the big camera. Someone put this one in the dishwasher. You're not supposed to, and it got a chip in it. Right there. And it's a sharp chip in the dual glass. So I need to buy myself a new dual glass anyway. But I do like this hand-painted one, even if some of the paint got washed off when someone put it in the dishwasher that wasn't supposed to. Okay, how's our tweezer temperature doing? Yes. Hand wash your fancy beer glasses, especially ones that are hand painted. Alright, let's see if we can get a nose hair for the microscope, as has been requested. Nope. How often do you get to see someone pick their nose on stream? Got one. Alright. I'm not going to bother putting a cover slip on it. We're just going to put it under the microscope, and then we'll put a polarizer over it. Alright, there is you a hair follicle right there. We'll zoom in more here in a second. Tiny OpenSet fractal. Hey, Zombie Jarvie. We just plucked a nose hair to look at, for anybody joining us just now. Okay, we need this thing flattened out. This is hard to look at without it being flat. We're going to use the polarizer to flatten it. There you go. There's your nose hair now. Now that it's polarized. Now look at that follicle down there. Zoom in a notch. Do we see any boogers? Yep, little gross. Although, with little gross versus really gross, one of the first things that came up when we got the microscope and people were asking about, one of the first requests was, of course, can we see sperm? Like, we're not going to do that on the live stream. Yeah, prettiest nose hairs on Twitch right here. We'd even turn them into something like this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me stop that. Whoa, 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 what did I do? How do you like that nose hair now? Okay, I need to get rid of that. That's going to turn into super flashing mode. I need to recalibrate that scene for something as minimalistic as this. Because that takes every part of black space and turns it into a recursive loop. Yep, polarized light microscopy of a nose hair. Why? Because Twitch demanded to see my nose hairs. This is the art you're here for? I wonder if this scene will work with this. Not really. Still entertains me, though. Alright, back to the primary scene. Are you not entertained with my nose hairs? Oh look, you can see the end of the follicle is far more transparent than the actual hair is. Let me get my mouse on here. So you can see bits of tissue from the follicle extending all the way up to there. Because the brightest glowing part in the center here is the hair deep in the follicle. Feliform. Promise you I'm not hiding any cats up my nose over here. I can't quite stick the microscope up my nose to show it, but I can tell you that I'm allergic to cats, and if I was hiding feliforms up there, I'd be sneezing a lot more than I already do. I usually just have itchy nose problems, not so much sneezing. But look at those colors coming out there. That looks really nice. This is one of the better looking hairs that we've looked at on stream, even if it's broken right there. So that looks like where I grabbed it with the tweezers and broke the hair slightly right there, because I was gripping down pretty hard to make sure I didn't lose it. Yep, it's a whisker. There's a special name for whiskers on animals, like vibraceae or something like that. And I found something interesting about an animal. Whiskers. Let me see if I can remember what animal it was with the help of Google. Because I found an animal with these specialized vibraceae hairs, like cats have as whiskers on their face for sensory stuff. And there's animals that have them on other parts of their body. And there's a particular one that I found with them in a strange place, but I'm not finding it right now for where it was. But I'll go ahead and tell you, there is a mammal that has these vibraceae whisker hairs on its hands and feet, giving them a better sense of touch and to grab for where they need to go. I can't remember what animal it was, though. I want to say it was some tree climber. But my Google search is not fruitful right now for this. A mole it may very well have been some sort of mole or burrowing animal. I really can't remember, though. I tried to, Google search. Vibraceae on feet, on hands, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, I did get one for a rat. I'll show you guys real quick. It's not the place you'd expect to see it on rats. Display capture. You're about to see a rat foot. It's black and white, though. Check that out. You see those well, they put 3 orange arrows pointing to the foot whiskers on this rat. And I guess they call them carpal vibraceae. Strange. Because I think the animal that I originally saw this on was a type of squirrel. Let's check. Squirrel, Wikipedia. And nowhere in here do they mention the whiskers on the whole article. I thought that the family for squirrels is a particularly funny name. Scurridae. Or, I skipped over the I. Scurridae. It almost sounds like scurry. I spend a significant amount of time looking up how animals are related to each other and strange things that animals do. So you might be able to tell here, me going off on tangents about whiskers on feet and squirrel family names. Nothing strange going on here. Are there benefits to having a beard in biological terms? Well, I guess if I ever didn't have yeast for brewing my beer, I could harvest wild yeasts from my beard. But I really don't know the evolutionary purpose of beards. If there even is one. Some things are down to sexual selection, and you never know what type of useless trait an organism's going to get because of that. Think like peacock tails. Hey Matisse, how are you doing? We're looking at one of my nose hairs right now under the microscope, polarized. There's the follicle. I asked chat if we had any requests for something to look up before we wrap up, and someone said nose hair, so we plucked a nose hair and looked at it. Can I even still speak this late at night? Oh. Yes, mentioning secondary sexual traits are one of the other possibilities. It could just be more of a function of hormones promoting something. Who knows? I'm kind of more interested in the patterns that the facial hair grows in. Let me go with the big camera. Because essentially everyone that I've ever dated has always pointed out something about my facial hair when it gets long, and it's on the chin right here. These two little things always grow as a fork, and they will grow longer, 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 like an upside down second mustache right there on my bottom lip. I think you can see that. And I know not every man has their facial hair grow in similar patterns to each other. But that's the kind of semi-unusual quirk about mine compared to a lot of other people. You want the upside down face stash. And you can really see when I flip my bottom lip. That's the real mustache kind of gets in its way though. I am obviously overdue for some beard trimming here. Here we got a hair tie. We can tie the beard. There we go. Now we look absolutely terrible. There we go. All right. Do we have any other requests now that we've done the nose hair? I really wanted to see a tardigrade tonight, and we have not seen it. Do we do one? I think we need to do one more living slide. I'm going to do this directly on the microscope since we didn't cover slip that nose hair. I'll show you guys what I mean when I do this. First, I'm going to turn down the light so I don't blind everybody the moment I pull the polarizer off. We're just going to rotate the slide over to the side. We're going to grab a pipette from our sample jar. I'm going to give it a swirl and try not to get too much sand in it. The first draw had way too much sand. This bit looks better. All right, put like 2 drops on there. Now we're going to cover slip it. And then we'll see what it looks like. Or I'll show you guys what it looks like with no cover slip first. Look how much things shake. This is why we cover slip. Flatten things out and lower all the shaking. Too much shaking. Hey, Aaron. We were going to wrap up soon, but if you guys want to hang out, we will go longer. Oh, you hear me? Perfect, yeah. We can go longer, no problem. Because right now I'm in the phase where I'm kind of taking requests for what people might want to see and all that. It's not that I need to wrap up, but I was just kind of feeling, yeah. Oh boy, we have a rare mine. We have Actinospherium right here. This thing is crazy. We're going to zoom into it. Check this thing out. This is a single-celled organism that hooks things on these long protrusions and then draws them inside its body to digest. We're going to zoom in another level. It's funny, Aaron, when I was browsing, like, who might we raid in a bit when I was thinking, we'll probably raid Aaron Goldberg. It's another one of those cases. Raid before you get raided. For anybody that know Aaron there in chat, he is one of our most talented musical streamer friends. We were actually just mentioning him earlier in stream when someone was asking about recommending a looper. Alright, let's see if we can catch some motion on this thing. This is just such a strange looking organism. Oh, we can see action inside the cells. Look over in this region. You can see things moving inside its cells. That is awesome. This is still going to have good detail if I crank the light. Now this guy is round. It is a sphere, so we're not going to get perfect focus on it because we didn't crush it and kill it. We still have it alive. And this is a relatively small one. We've seen a big one before, and what I hope happens is that something comes and gets caught on its little protrusions and gets digested. Yep, so I was trying to gauge. When I give it more light, we get more and more washed out. So I need to kind of keep it right about there to still have decent detail. Second consider, I'm going to up the exposure time on the camera. That's the ticket right there, upping the exposure time. Our exposure time is currently 16 milliseconds. Yeah, these things are always hungry. They will take just about any biological thing that gets caught on them. And the reason they're called actinospherium is these protrusions right here. These are made of actin protein fibers that are then protruding a small amount of cytoplasm outside them, and these are actually closer related to amoebas than many other things that look similar. Yeah, it wants some mustard. We should give it some mustard to go with its food. Is that something in the... Whoops, bumping the slide. Need to not bump the slide. Okay, we can't focus on the things behind it. At this level of magnification, there's a metal ring that sits around the microscope objective lens to protect you from not scratching the lens by getting too close, and right now the metal ring is touching the slide. So the little black things are moving around in the outer. They indeed are. I believe that is just processes going on inside its own cells. That little thing over there, that is a protozoan swimming around. I believe that is smaller than the type of thing that this thing would hook into and digest. And I believe this chunk that you see in there is something that it has swallowed. I can't say that for certain. I have only observed these like 4 times before. But one of those times, I observed one for 2 hours as it ate something that it caught. I had initially thought that I would record a video of it eating and then do a time lapse, but my computer quickly ran out of space trying to record a 2-hour video from the microscope like that. Because the microscope is recording in a strange resolution of 2560 by 1922. Kel Surprise! Aaron Goldberg! Welcome in, my friend. And do I remember my lurking correctly? Were you on a modular evening tonight, Aaron? Let me give you a quick shout out in here. Because right now we are listening to the modular. We have a sequence that I built on the mini brute that I then randomized and have run through rings, which is running through the QPass. And then I got a good heavy bit of the Maris Mercury 7 reverb on that. And I really like the way it goes. Less filter. I'll do something weird for you. And of course the Sub-37 as well. Something about bringing the filter off that, and that big drone from the Moog and looking at this, gives me like a sci-fi vibe. Like someone's watching something in space, this giant organism or giant celestial event, and the music is growing and building. What's it gonna do? Hey Mac Joe, welcome in. Let's bring in some duo mode. Let's crank the octave range of Oscillator 2. Let's see if if Oscillator 2 can make it through this filter. Not really. Need to take some more filter off. Oscillator 2 sounds a little rough like that. No, we're not going to do that. Oscillator 2 off. I'm doing pretty well, Mac Joe. And as you just mentioned, anybody that has not caught any of Aaron's modular explorations, glad to see that guy pick up some of that gear. That's the type of person I wanted to see getting into it. We might have an organism about to get stuck on this guy. Top right. We have a little protozoan that is getting dangerously close to getting wedged between two of these protrusions. We are looking at a microbe called Actinospherium. I'll give you a link here after I grab the wiki article for this thing. Here you go. Have a good evening, Laser Focus. That's one of my explicit goals in this stream when we do late night, is to give people something that's good for winding down or in general relaxation. So, one thing that I want to show you guys here from a Wikipedia link is what a cross-section of these guys look like for how these protrusions are arranged on them. Speaking of fractals and all that earlier, less of a fractal and more of a common mathematical pattern. Here is what a cross-section of them looks like for how their protrusions are laid out. How cool is that? It's a double spiral. Not just that, but each band appears to be equally spaced. And that's what we're looking at here. Named for those long actin filaments that protrude from it. Biological granular synthesis. Let's see if we can do something weird with it. How about that? Is this spooky vision? This is a lot trippier than I expected it to look. What happens when I mess with the light? Whoa! That's really cool. Oh, it's fine. I mostly put that up there for anybody who just wants to go into it and just see what it is that we have, because Wikipedia is better explaining what it is than I am. Because I am no expert on heliozoans. Alright, I'm about to change which virtual camera we're using. This might be disastrous or it might be really cool, but we won't know till we try. Ready? Set. Holy shit, it looks like a kangaroo. I did not expect that. Or maybe it looks more like a wallaby, I can't tell. Boom. Alright, so a layman's explanation. This little thing is kind of related to amoebas. It is a single-celled organism, but what's different from it versus amoebas is it eats the same way, where it'll draw things into its body, but rather than just creeping up on them and engulfing them, it catches them on these little spines that stick out and is named after those spines. So imagine an amoeba that couldn't move nearly as much, has little spines sticking out of it, and that's how it catches its prey. It grabs it on those, and then it engulfs it. Alright, back to doing weird things with it. That is very strange. Whoa. Trying to get it to look like eyes with these super long eyelashes, but I don't think I'll be able to manage. Kinda. And yes, it is a unicellular organism. Alright, let's try the other virtual camera now. This one's not going to work as well. We'll give it a little try, though. Nope. That one does not work very well. Try this one. Oh boy! Oh boy! Okay, I think we might be able to do something with this one. It's a little weird with my camera caught in it. But I don't want to turn off chat and the cameras right now just for this. That is such a cool effect. But I think I just lost it, and I gotta go back to the primary scene. Where'd you go, little dude? Alright, we gotta back it up. Getting lost in the sauce. Alright, where'd you go, little guy? There's something different. Little tiny circle. So the moment we see fluid sloshing like that means that it could have gotten knocked away somewhere in the slide. But that's okay. We hadn't really explored this slide hardly at all. We were hoping to see a tardigrade when we saw that. But how about we continue the tardigrade search for a moment? Yes, meanwhile, AI-generated cats looking sometimes cat-like. Let me see if I'm in tune for the theremin. Love that thing. I need to rig it up to where I can reach the theremin with one hand while I'm sitting. I used to have it where I could just lean over and hit the theremin, but now I need to stand up. Standing desk would be ideal for this stream, but then I would be standing all day at my desk for work too. Something very relaxing about observing the microcosm and visual math. Mission accomplished. I'm glad you're enjoying. And yes, we got a theremin over there, Moog Theramini. I say over there, I realize the camera's pointed at the microscope right now. There it is. You can see that little antenna pointing up right here. Alright, now let's explore, see if we can find ourselves a tardigrade, our goal tonight. We don't find them on every slide, but that's okay. You can't always get what you want. Okay, we're going to add another drop to the sample. So be ready. I'll try to get it to a place where you guys will see the extra material come pouring in. We're going to go to right there. We have a lot of new material in there. I accidentally put too much, but that's okay. Better chance of finding a tardigrade. And I think we washed the nose hair in there. Is that the nose hair? That might be a different hair. I don't see a follicle on the end. We may have like one of my eyelashes or something in there now. Alright, now because we have a bunch of sand, and we have some new people in here, and we have a hair, we'll polarize real quick. You can even tell that's not the nose hair because it didn't polarize the same way as the nose hair did. Look at that. Look at that little chunk of sand. Now, what's in the background here? I think this is going to look like space. Look how different it looks polarized. Look at all that sand. What's burrowing there? That is a mite. We're not going to hang out looking at a mite. Because we want a tardigrade. What does polarizing do? I can show you. Polarizing is one of the most easily demonstrated quantum properties of light. So, what we're going to imagine is light travels as waves, and we can orient the waves as traveling like that, or any angle in between. And think of a linear polarizer as like a vertical picket fence that only lets waves, or the portion of the wave that's traveling that way, come through. Unless you rotate it, then only the portion that comes through that way will come through. So, if you have one oriented vertically and the other oriented horizontally, no light will come through. So, if we have one there, and I take a second one right there, let me not get reflections on this. They are currently opposed to each other. Now if I rotate one, light can come through. Rotate it back, light can't come through. So the ones on the microscope are like this to not let light through. So a sample has to be in the middle to interfere with the polarization in order to let light come through. And I'll take another polarizer and I will insert it between the two, which will allow light to come through. Sometimes when I show this to people, they are disturbed when I do what I'm about to do. To some people, this part is disturbing. I need better light. Let me turn up my lamp. The monitor reflection is a problem here. Come on now. I need to use a flash. I need like an extra hand. Alright, get ready. Here's what we're gonna do. God, this is hard to do on a webcam. Let me try it on the other webcam that isn't facing the screen. Come here, camera 2. Do I have one of these with camera 2 expanded? Yes. am I not getting that to work? Oh, it's just not quite visible enough yet. I need my flashlight. God. Sorry, I thought this would be easy. I'm just gonna like blind the camera trying to do this. I'm gonna not just try to blind everybody doing that, but we kind of get the idea what two polarizers does. It's difficult for me to wrangle all three and not just have things mess up on the webcam right now. But the idea is all the light's blocked unless I rotate this, unless something in between has interfered with the polarization of the light. And the sample is what's in between the two polarizers. So when I rotate a polarizer that's on the light source, you see all the light change. The other polarizer is sitting right on top of the microscope stage. Okay, but as we were about to be exploring here. And if I was here teaching a lesson on vector math, we would set that up and calculate why it does that. Because it makes a lot more sense when you treat light kind of looking like little vectors. But as people know, the nature of photons and light can be a little bit complicated if we try to treat it like other things. And polarization is one of those phenomena that gets weird with waves. I think that's our actinosphaerium right there. Polarized now. Oh, that's a rotifer. I thought that was a tardigrade down there. But check this guy out. We're going to zoom in. I can't believe we just stumbled across this again. There it is. Polarized now. Looking like a little ball of jewels. Check that shit out. That is beautiful. And yes, there are circular polarizers as well. That thing is the actinosphaerium that we were just looking at before we polarized. Hey guys, this look familiar to you? This look familiar to anybody right here? Look at that! I can't zoom in again on the microscope or else I'll crush it, so we're gonna do something that doesn't look great. We're gonna digital zoom it. So I know it's a little more pixelated. I used the camera's digital zoom, but I wanted to get a better glimpse of this twinkling ball of stars. Makes you think that a planet on the Outer Wilds with the anglerfish. I still need to play the Outer Wilds. That looks like a fantastic game. I saw Jason of Those Eyes playing it the other day. That was the first time I'd seen someone playing it on Twitch, and it looks like a fantastic game. I had been recommended it heavily already. Man, that is awesome. Because I'd been searching for a game to play. A friend got me to download a Final Fantasy 15 when it was on big sale, but the game left me a bit disappointed. But I'm a bit of a harsh critic of games. The last two games that I was really enjoying were Noita and Divinity Original Sin 2. Oh, also Slay the Spire. I really liked that. Noita is a roguelite that has a lot more depth to it than you would think. You're a little witch that goes around with a wand, and your goal is to get to the bottom and kill the monster. And as you go through, you need to kind of custom program how your wand works as it launches a series of effects with different innate attributes, and you also go around conducting alchemy with a flask that you fill with whatever fluids you can find and attempt to mix things together into dangerous and chaotic potions. Most of my friends that play it very methodically because there's so much danger around you to immediately kill you. I play it full chaos modes, running around doing all sorts of crazy things, frequently dying, but occasionally doing amazing things in that game. Yeah, Noita, I believe, is the Finnish word for witch. Oh, you played it in VR? I didn't even know that was available in VR. I actually just recently uninstalled my Oculus software to make room for another project I was doing, but now I need to reinstall all the Oculus stuff. Enter the Gungeon. Aaron, have you been hanging out with Contra Acrostics or something? Because Enter the Gungeon and Outer Wilds are two of the games that he was playing a whole lot. He was also obsessed with Noita, like I was. And I'm having way too much fun just looking at this actinospherium polarized. I should undo the digital zoom and we should record a little video of this. Now, let's see if exposure time is going to help us. Let's change our exposure time from 16 milliseconds up. Let's lower the condenser. Let's check our polarization. I am so tempted to try to go to the next objective. Before I do that, I'm going to record. Next, finish. Alright, we're recording at least 15 seconds here before I attempt the next objective, because there is a chance switching objectives is going to cause us to lose this thing. But if we can zoom in 4 times closer, I think it'll be worth it. Did someone say neutron star? The next objective is the 40x, 400x magnification. Alright, we got 30 seconds of video there. I'm going to take a high-res snap. High-res snap taken. Alright, we got to zoom in very, very carefully next. So bear with me patiently, please. I gotta first crank the light. God, that still looks beautiful. Now you can see those protrusions from it. But let's try zooming in now. Alright, slowly is the name of the game. If you suddenly see a bunch of fluid slosh, I messed up. Slow, slow. I think I need to cut the light down a little bit. Slow, slow. Susie Pink, thank you for that subscription. I'd be more animated, but I'm trying to focus very carefully. Very carefully. This is going to have such little room for error because the polarizer is on top of the slide. Oh man, Aaron, look who you got with that gift sub. You got VJ PCat. Of all the random chance. Yeah, so Zombie Jarvie, that's what we've done. We dropped the stage down, switched objectives, now we're raising the stage back up to bring it into focus. Very, very slowly. Come on. We're close. Oh, I see objects starting to come into focus. Moment of truth, guys. Moment of truth. There's the top of the slide. Now zooming under the cover slip. Sorry, no. What we got first was the top of the polarizer. Now there's the scratches in the glass cover slip. I need more light now. Careful. I have such a strong feeling that we're gonna bump it. I think we just bumped it. But I'm gonna... We probably just bumped the polarizing film and haven't actually crushed things. Things are sloshing. We're on the polarizing film. We're pushing the polarizing film closer to the cover slip. Oh no. We are now touching. Is that it? No, that wasn't the thing. No, we cannot get it close enough. I should have known better, but I wanted to try anyway. Let's see if I can find our little dude again. Alright. We probably sloshed it a decent way away from where we currently are. That's disappointing. Whoa. Found a nebula, though. Look at that. TC pool! I don't know what that is. TC pool, how are you doing this evening? We give you a quick shout out in here. TC Pool is another one of our extremely talented looper friends, also on the 505s. And one thing you see in a good number of streams is people that are very good at the keys and then emulating other instruments. But TC Pool's instrument of choice is his guitar. And he has some pitch tracking going on like you've about never seen, where he will play that guitar and have a saxophone solo pour out of that. And it's not glitchy like my fake pipe organ in a pedal over here. The pitch tracking of my fake pipe organ is very glitchy, especially when I run my guitar through it. But he's got that tech down perfectly. So, we're going to unpolarize real quick to see what this might be, because I'm really curious why this isn't moving, is the big mystery to me. So, unpolarize. What in the world might this be? I think I see the pieces of a puzzle here. And look what else I see. There's our actinospherium over there. Now, what I think that stuff is I think something got crushed. We're going to zoom in closer, because now that we don't have the polarizer on, we can zoom in really close. Hey Bobby, how are you doing today? Oh man. These little tiny circles are making me think bacteria, but they're not moving at all, which is really weird. This might actually be something sitting on top of the slide rather than in the water, because things that small should be wiggling around from Brownian motion. Okay. I have developed a theory. Whatever these brown clusters are is what these originally were bonded together as. And I think you'll note when you look at my polarizing film there's some gunk on it. Because I didn't clean one of these polarizers right before we started today. I think this is some gunk dried up from a previous microscope day that dried out on here to get brittle and sat on top of the glass cover slip and then shattered into all these little tiny pieces. But it sure looked cool. Yes, polarized, dried up gunk. Yeah, TC Pool, how was the stream today? Whoa. Not sure if you could hear me right when you came in. Because I know myself, I will often raid and like, oh crap, I didn't rig things up to hear the computer right now. What is that? There's so many like unknowns today. That is something on top of the slide. That is the hair. It's funny, the hair looks like a fluorescent light bulb inside here. I've like lost what we are even looking at here. What can I say? We're exploring. It's actually the pieces of your broken heart. Well, it was gold. You got a heart of gold out there, TC Pool? Girl 2.0, I thank you for gifting that sub. Where'd that go? Thomas KJ. Okay, what are we looking for here? What are we looking for? We're going to bring up the brightness. Back to exploring. To see what we can see. There's a little tiny thing swimming through there. But if you look carefully, a lot of these little tiny things in here are shimmering like stars in the sky. A lot of the very smallest little particles in there are just flashing. Which is probably has to do with them kind of rotating around in the water and interacting with the polarization of the light that way. And don't worry, we're going to zoom in closer again right after I find something that I specifically want to look at. It's good you have a new device to help with virtual expressivity. What's the interface for the expressivity? Is this a hand controller, foot controller type thing? Is this a modification with the guitar? Because with how into guitar you are, there is a device that fascinated me for a moment. It wasn't a very long-lived device, and it was the Moog guitar. I don't know if many people knew that there was a Moog guitar for a while. Let me pull up some details here. Alright, real quick display capture. Get ready, we're about to have a brighter screen with Wikipedia. The Moog guitar, an electric guitar developed by Paul Vo, that controls the level of energy within the strings of the guitar to modify the capabilities. The guitar can send energy into the strings to allow for infinite note sustain of the guitar, and can pull energy from the strings to create short staccato sounds. The guitar also possesses a harmonic blend control, allowing for new types of guitar harmonics to come out of the instrument. Unlike other technologies that help a guitar sustain notes, the Moog guitar is unique, as it is able to sustain all 6 strings at once. Strange thing. Welcome in, Daberson, Dawn4, VJP Cat. Welcome in. We were just taking a quick aside there on the Moog guitar. what we're looking at right now is a little sample water from one of my sample jars, and we were looking at a little microbe called Actinospherium while we have the modular play us some music. Yeah, VJ PCAT. Earlier, Aaron gave a random sub, and of all people, landed right on you. I really enjoyed you guys' collab the other day. I've been slacking on doing collab stuff. I've been wanting to set up a fun collab night with the Graceful Bard for a while. Aaron's also on my list. But I've had such an overwhelming October that I haven't really been able to stream for the last 2.5 weeks. So we have a little worm that was obviously wiggling around over there. Not the tardigrades that we've been in search of. But I don't think tonight's going to be a tardigrade night. Yes, mixtures of chiral compounds can be, I don't know about separated with polarizer, but I do know that chirality in a molecule is one of the things that can cause interesting polarization effects. Although more frequently the interesting polarizing effects are due to the non-parallel crystalline structures. In particular, tetrahedral crystalline structures yield very, very nice polarization. Which, for anybody who did not see that earlier, here you go. Here are some tetrahedral crystals. That we will now polarize real quick. Boom. Instant psychedelic amazingness. Oh, you saw that Mind of a Snail collab. That one was one that I had a lot of fun in. Although, when we were first talking, we were anticipating like 30 minutes. Obviously, we went like the entire stream. And here's what I felt like most of the time I was doing. I felt like most of the time I was just taking this cat and puppeting him around. Because when you're on a puppetry stream, I gotta pull out my animals and use them as little puppets. And was, of course, playing with this guy too. Boop. Because when you have a moon and a cat to puppeteer, why not? So, Aaron, that's kind of what I was thinking that we would do. Is that I would do like crystal reprojection type videos for you as a visual thing while you do some synthesizer stuff or something like that. That's kind of what I had floating around in my head. And I can certainly record video for you. Recorded some videos of this for Abstract AMCR, who did some amazing stuff too. He himself, being a visual artist, made things just go a whole nother level crazier. Here you go. Here's what he did. He did all these crazy geometric transformations, stacked it with music from our mutual friend Octonode, and then interlaced other video scenes, doing all sorts of cool things. And I should note, I have this slowed down from how he made it, because he set this to a relatively fast song. If you want to see that as he originally did it, with the song in there too, I will grab that link here. That video is titled Crystalline Visions of Babylon. Anybody want to see our mutual friend Octonode and Abstract AMCR collab on some of my microscope materials? There is a video of that. He did something for you too? Yeah, Abstract AMCR is an amazing artist and very, very generous with what he does. If people in here haven't caught one of the nights where he and Dan, aka Dank Live, do their collab Dark Canto, it's a great night. Dan does the music, Abstract does the visuals live. Oh man, I forgot. You guys want to see something? I have new animations. Ready, set. Wait till you see these in 60 FPS. I'm not streaming in 60 FPS tonight, but god, they're gorgeous in 60 FPS. And I need to bring in another one. Let me see, where did I save this? Believe me, this will be worth it if I can find it real quick. I'm only going to search for this briefly. I saved it on Volume D. What did I name the folder? I probably named it Abstract something. Or did I just put it in the stream stuff? Stream GIFs and images and videos. Alright, very briefly. This is something also very, very trippy like that, if I have it quickly. I appear to not have it. Nope, that's the wrong folder. Sort by date. No, I need to find it. We will not be seeing that right now, because I have other new animations too, but they are somewhere on my hard drive where I don't have quick access to them. Instead, we're going to do this. We're going to mirror our crystals, as we like to do. I think we need to change the chroma keying on this. It's a little too washed out. Microscope, filter, chroma key. Let's change that. Let's try that setting. And let's switch our virtual camera. There we go. That's blooming like I wanted it to. Check out that effect as I cut the light. Let's zoom in. Man. Hey, Vegan Tyler, welcome back. Aaron Gifton again. I've had a good night with the subs in here tonight. And I'll take a moment to remind everybody, there's going to be a special stream on Sunday night. Sunday is my birthday, which is also Halloween. And we will likely be taking some pages from one of my favorite spooky books. Hold for the cover of this book and the author. Digital Seahorse already knows what book I'm about to show. She's heard from the infamous ghost story book. Okay, where is it? Again, problems of way too many media sources. There it is. This book. Ghost Cats of the South. Are you guys even prepared to read about the author of this book? Thank you for the early birthday wishes. So this is by Randy Russell. And when I saw his author bio, I had to buy the book. Here's the author. Of all the ways to start your author bio, Randy Russell has believed in ghosts since having to take the trash out at night when he was 12 and being chased back into the house by something in the darkness. That's how I want my ghost story author bio to start, giving us the cred for how long he's believed in ghosts. And I would note, he has published a good number of other books on Southern folklore and Southern ghost stories. I will vouch that I have been thoroughly entertained by this book. There are some absurd stories in here that I love. Alright, now let me find where I just turn those sources on and turn them off so we can get back to what we were doing. Okay. We were in need of some refocusing on this crystal. Where are we going to look at it from? Where's a good portion? We're going to go way up to the top. We're going to go this region. Bright, vivid colors. We're going to go right here. Come down here. Change the lighting. Constrict. That's the color palette I want. Here we go. Girl 2.0, you bought the book of the Dead. Excellent. Now, Girl 2.0, do you have it yet? Do you already have the book? Because if you do, I'm going to tell you a spell to look up. Okay. I'll tell you next time when you're not going to sleep. But so you know, the one to look up is the last spell in the book. Man. Yeah, sometime look up what the last spell in the Book of the Dead is. The very last one. Okay, this is amazing. We've got these settings just right for how I like to use this. Let's try playing with the light source on it. Wow, that's just me cranking the light up and then constricting the light down. Let's try a polarizer rotation. We've talked about that, Aaron. I technically have all the skills and gear necessary because I have an Arduino, I have stepper motors, and all that good stuff. Because we've talked about like chat-controlled microscope stage and all this stuff, but I have never really had the motivation to put all that together. And I note after we resized the microscope, we got a midline running through there. Can I fix that right now? Getting the midline showing in there irritates me. That's a result of having used the digital zoom here today. Close. I'll need to play with that another time. Not gonna get stuck going pixel by pixel on this. Girl 2.0, you found it. Spell 189. Those of you that don't have the Book of the Dead will just not know what in the world we're laughing about, what the last spell in the whole book is. Longtime fans of the stream will already know what the last spell in the Book of the Dead is. It's an extremely important spell. I would not want to enter the afterlife without having been granted the privileges of this spell. God. This just works so well with these crystals right here in this setting that we've come up with. Trying to think of what this reminds me of, because occasionally I get glimpses of some of the best tie-dye that I've ever seen in my life when I do this, but occasionally. Obviously things move into patterns that are more like crystalline than you could ever get off tie-dye, but occasionally I get glimpses of some of that best tie-dye that I've ever seen before. I'm going to try something that I never really do. I'm going to try just turning the switch on the microscope light source and just blink out the light. Not as fun as I'd hoped it would be. Interesting effect, though. Now, we're going to alter our angle. Alright, so what is our current transformation? Right now we're at a 140 degree pitch rotation. Let's bring that down. Let's see how it starts transforming as I bring the pitch rotation down. No, I want to bring it up. Let's get it denser. Now this is a P-chop stream. Denser or sparser, guys? Denser or sparser? Now we're at 169 degrees. Very nice. Whoa. Whoa now! That was dissolving into oversaturated craziness. Look at that oversaturation. So if we're going to go that dense, we need to alter our saturation effect. It's at 0.19. Let's go all the way down to 0.05 on the saturation alteration. This should be much tamer for us at this level of denseness or density. Yep. I wish that I could easily bring back our actinospherium and its black and white glory into this. Because for anybody that wants to know what in the world it is that I'm doing, you probably see my hand is on the microscope stages where this is what is actually looking like under the microscope. Then what has occurred here, I call this the mirrored partial scene. Because the microscope image is mirrored into 4 quadrants, and the, quote, partial part has been made partially transparent. I have chroma keyed the black from it, so that all black regions have turned transparent. And behind it, I have put the OBS virtual camera that then goes into a recursive loop trying to reproject what it sees in front of it. But I have altered the virtual camera. I have given it a 3-dimensional transformation on its pitch. If you don't know what a pitch transformation is, I will demonstrate a pitch transformation real quick. Alright, cat. This cat is going to demonstrate to you what a pitch rotation is. So let me add 3D transform to dancing cat. Alright, cat, teach everybody what a pitch transformation is. Whoop! That is a full rotation over its pitch. So what our reprojections are doing is every time it gets reprojected, it is rotated across its pitch axis by, where is it? 169 degrees, like that. So every reprojection is basically flipped upside down and a little more. 3D rotations come in pitch, yaw, and roll. Thank you, Kat, for teaching us about three-dimensional transformations. Can you guys see why I like to teach math? Next, we'll be studying Euler angles in quaternion rotation. Yes, like controlling a drone, exactly. And pitch, yaw, and roll is the language that gets used around like aircraft for rotations. If you're in like a physics, or if you're a nerdy programmer that uses quaternion rotation, then you express things in terms of I, J, and K, which can either be interpreted as complex numbers or as vectors. And many people have already been introduced to I as a complex number, with the identity I squared equals -1. In the quaternion number system, there are two more imaginary numbers, j and k, where j squared also equals -1, k squared also equals -1, and confusingly, I times j times k also equals -1. But you lose the property of commutativity of multiplication when you get to this number system, where I times j does not equal j times I. In fact, I times j equals -j times I. Which might sound like nonsense, but it makes more sense when you start talking about rotations. Here's a kind of funny story about quaternions. The guy that came up with the identity behind that whole system is described as coming to him in a flash of insight in a walk by the creek with his wife, and he was so worried that he would forget it that he scratched the rules into a bridge with a stone. I'll show you. The Broom Bridge. Alright, we're doing another quick display capture on another one of my nerdy tangents. The Broom Bridge. This is famous for being the location where Sir William Rowan Hamilton first wrote down the fundamental formula for quaternions on 16th of October, 1843. And here it is. You can kind of barely read. I squared equals j squared equals k squared, which equals I times j times k, which equals -1. And here is the quaternion number system. Here's the multiplication table. So you can see, for example, I times j equals k, but j times I equals -k. What? Or you can just use this handy-dandy chart to do your multiplication. What a handy multiplication table! Aren't you glad this isn't what you were memorizing in elementary school? I don't know that I've ever seen it look like this before. That is quite the multiplication table. This is the usual way that we see it look. Like this. That talks about things as being rotations in 3D space. It's hard to really understand there without like a good 3D representation. But you see, the article on quaternions is lengthy. Let's close that now. Dare we interrupt our psychedelia with a quick round of our game? Maybe 2 rounds? Twitch is for gamers, right? Who here thinks they're good at telling the difference between cats and dogs? Do I have a volunteer who's good at telling the difference between cats and dogs? Because it is a picture game. Aaron, thank you for volunteering. I am about to present you with the picture of an animal, and you have to tell me, is it more closely related to a dog or a cat? I will warn you, this is an extremely difficult game. I think we've played 6 rounds today, and 5 of those rounds were losses. I think only 1 person has given me a correct answer out of the 6 today. Alright. I have found you an animal, Aaron. You will have the choice. Caniform or feliform, because all carnivorans are categorized as either being caniform, dog-like or related to the dogs, or feliform, related to the cats. An example is, bears are caniforms. They are more closely related to dogs than cats. But I must again warn you, this game is incredibly difficult. Here is your animal, Aaron. Caniform or feliform. There's a couple traps in here too. It might be neither. There aren't many traps, but there's a couple in here. Go. Caniform or feliform? Is this guy more closely related to dogs or cats? And like I said, it's a difficult game. Little closer up view on this face. Go with caniform. Alright, we have any other input from chat before I reveal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. The animal that I have presented you with, Aaron Goldberg, is the ringtail. It is also known as the ringtail cat. But despite being called a cat, it is a member of the family Procyonidae, who are caniforms. You are correct. The ringtail cat is indeed a caniform. There is a second bonus picture for you of this guy lounging. Look how good this guy is at lounging. I feel like you don't usually see animals that are that good at chilling out that aren't cats. So I think, despite being a caniform, this guy's cool as a cat. Alright. That is our game, caniform or feliform. Thank you for participating. You have officially earned bonus points on the next test for your correct answer. It's a chihuahua. I could see the chihuahua relation there in the face. I could see the chihuahua relation. That one, anytime that I've given it previously, people have thought that it was a trap, because many people have thought that that was a ring-tailed lemur. Lemurs, of course, being primates, not related to dogs or cats. It was about the arms and legs that did it for you. I can tell you that they can be so misleading. I'll show you probably the most misleading of all. Alright. Here was what I would consider the most misleading animal on this entire list. People probably already know what it is. Well, the name of the animal, not whether it's a caniform or feliform. But given that I said it's the most misleading, you can probably tell it's the opposite of what people expect. This is, of course, the spotted hyena. And believe it or not, the spotted hyena is a feliform. It is more closely related to cats than dogs. It's a famous example of convergent evolution, of cat-like animals evolving to look more dog-like to fill a dog niche. It's one of the animals that led me to create this game, because you can see it is of the suborder Feliformia. And people that know much about the biology of hyenas will know hyenas are pretty weird animals. In fact, there's currently something on the screen right now that we don't need to discuss, but it's key to their biology being incredibly weird. Okay. Script display capture done. And we're gonna go back to our psychedelic scene. And where is it? And now we're gonna get crazier. Because why not? It's my cat, and I want him now! And I want infinite more cats! Those shutter lines are actually the edges of the virtual camera through its rotation through simulated 3D space. So when you see that, those are all the edges of the virtual camera. So each one of those lines represents a different reprojected image that are all slowly collapsing towards the middle. Because this scene is actually born out of a very old scene that I made in here that I used to call the black hole scene, trying to get things to merge to what looked like an event horizon. Our melt scene is also a remnant of that. Whoa, what has happened to this scene? This is not how this is supposed to look. What in the world did I do to this scene? The jellyfish scene is crazy now. What the? Okay, I gotta fix that. That's not supposed to look like that. It looks pretty cool, but too crazy. What we're supposed to get were reprojections of jellyfish all melting into what looks like a black hole. Not those crazy waves of color. It's cool, but it's not what I was expecting. Okay. With experimentation comes, happy little accidents. Okay, cat. Let's take the moon. Let's put it exactly in the middle. And let's put the moon behind the microscope so that we can reveal the moon. Let's see how this works out for us. There we go. Check that out. Hey Misty, welcome in. How are you this evening? If you can hear me yet. What was on the menu tonight? We've been having all sorts of fun here tonight after I've had to spend like 2.5 weeks away from stream. With a very busy October so far. Ooh. Right now I'm experimenting with some things overlaying them on the moon in weird psychedelic glory. Someone told you that I was awesome? Well, I can vouch for being a gigantic nerd, if that's your idea of awesome. Currently what we have under the microscope are Epsom salt crystals that are polarized, Crank up the light. Whoa, too much light! There's our Epsom salt crystals all polarized. We are generating these string sounds through the modular synthesizer. I'll give you guys some extra brightness on them. There we go. Little treat for the ears. You're a nerd as well? Well, welcome in. It is your idea of awesome. That's awesome. We have another friend coming in, Ugly. Welcome in. So, Misty, what was on the menu tonight? We are having a lot of fun here tonight. And Uggs, let me know what you're up to on stream tonight. Were you on Photoshop? Were you doing some gaming? What were you up to? We are looking at some crystals. We are generating string sounds. I have announced that Sunday we're going to have a special birthday stream / Halloween stream. My birthday is on Halloween. People that have seen past birthday streams may know. Birthday streams, I tend to drink a large bottle of Duvel beer, my favorite beer. And I tend to get a little tipsy toward the end of the night, and we tend to stream till sunrise. You made lasagna. I almost read that as rather than being goodish, I almost read that it had goldfish in it. I was like, what? Goldfish lasagna? Since when does Misty eat fish? It's goodish but needs work. The cheesiness was lovely. Rice noodles needed to be hydrated more. I have that similar experience with rice noodles. And it needed twice as much salt. Yeah, lasagna is definitely one for experimenting. That's one to usually make sure you record your notes on it, because so much goes into lasagna that you want to be able to refer to previous notes pretty well. Because that's the way that I do it anyway. You're going to cook now. You'll watch in a moment. Excellent. Go feed yourself. So happy birthday! Yeah, happy early birthday here. Goldfish lasagna. What did I say is my favorite beer? It is Duvel. Do I have an empty bottle here? I do not have an empty bottle here. I'll show you guys a picture. It is the Flemish word for devil. Oh, I have my Duvel glass sitting next to me. It's one of those that requires a tulip glass. Duvel is brewed right near my dad's hometown in Belgium. Here's a quick little screen share so you can recognize the bottle, but I need to give it a warning for anybody that's into beer that goes and buys this. It's named after the devil for a reason. It is high alcohol, and it is incredibly high carbonation. It foams like a champagne. You cannot drink this beer out of the bottle. You'll get mouths full of foam. You need to pull it into a glass with lots of room for the beer's head. It's in a tulip glass for me especially, so I can drink under the foam and not just dunk my mustache in beer foam every time I take a sip. You use Dove's brain for the notes? It's a good move. It's one of the advantages of Twitch, is you can just tell people, someone remind me of that. Send me a message on Discord about this. You got very sweet news today. What's the news? What is this news? And for those who don't know, Misty cannot partake of the lovely visuals in this stream, being vision impaired. So, with her being our raider of the hour, we're gonna set up some of this where it's gonna keep looking nice, but we're gonna do a quick diversion into if Misty has any reading requests tonight, or music request. Where was I about to click? Mirrored partial scene, right there. Now that we have the moon hidden behind our crystals. You talk to your son, and he has had his 3rd anniversary with a special lady, and she took him to the place where they had their first kiss and proposed. They're getting married on the winter solstice. That is very exciting news. Do they have something special planned for the wedding here? That's very exciting news. Girl 2.0 feeling the love here tonight as well. Now, maybe I should then read a love poem. Maybe that's what I should pull out here. We actually read a love poem earlier today from William Blake. Let me crack back open the William Blake. Songs of Innocence and Experience. Do I have one that sounds like an appropriate title here? Oh yeah, this book I can't really use the page numbers. It's kind of a pain. We'll see what I land on. We'll see what I land on. I'll find us a little something good. William Blake is a classic. The Divine Image. To mercy, pity, peace, and love, all pray in their distress. And these virtues of delight return their thankfulness. For mercy, pity, peace, and love is God, our Father dear. And mercy, pity, peace, and love is man his child in care. For mercy has a human heart, pity a human face, love the human form divine, and peace the human dress. Then every man of every clime that prays in his distress prays to the human form divine, love, mercy, pity, peace. And then all must love the human form, where mercy, love, and pity dwell, there God is dwelling too. There's a second version of the divine form in my larger book. In fact, I think there are 3 versions of it. And I always forget which one is my favorite. But each one comes back to that refrain of mercy, pity, peace, and love. Thank you for that follow, T-Bear. Welcome in. Now let me see. So, Cooking Without Looking is literally named because she's blind. Yes, she is literally named that because she's blind. She had that name here on Twitch before she even started streaming, and we were saying before it's like one of the best stream names that I'd seen. Cooking Without Looking. And then people come into the stream sometimes, and sometimes people in her stream will be like, why is your name Cooking Without Looking? And not realizing that she's blind. Oh, and Grantopolis, thank you for pressing that mystery button. I'm going to switch up our books. We're going to do another little quick reading here as we continue messing with the visuals. I'm going to switch to The Poetry of Impermanence, Mindfulness, and Joy. And, oh, I just saw the poem I wanted to read. It's called Days. God, every time I flip through this book, there's so many that I want to read. Quick, short one from Ikkyu Sojun. Lived 1394 to 1481. Translated from the Japanese. This one is one of my all-time favorites. There's a line in this poem that's one of the partial inspirations behind my stream. The moon is a house in which the mind is master. Look very closely. Only impermanence lasts. The floating world, too, will pass. I'm going to read that one a second time with a tiny bit of reverb on the mic. If I can dial in a tiny bit. It's pretty intense. The moon is a house in which the mind is master. Look very closely. Only impermanence lasts. The floating world, too, will pass. Alright, ready for something silly on the mic? Because I can make this pretty silly. Test. 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 What is this? 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 Is this backwards? Perhaps is it? 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 Is this backwards? Perhaps? All right, let me fix that now. A little overly silly. Okay, but I was in the middle of trying to get to the one poem that I actually intended to read before I saw one that I had to read. Once I opened this book, it's like the cat in the background. What's that cat's name? This cat was painted by famous cat artist Louis Wain, and the official title of this one, I believe, is Kaleidoscope Cat. In fact, I believe it is Kaleidoscope Cat number 1 in a series of Kaleidoscope Cats. There is currently a biopic out that was recently released about Louis Wain, and I'll screen share real quick for some of the other Kaleidoscope Cats, ones that I do not have framed on the wall. Here are some of the other Kaleidoscope Cats. Kaleidoscope Cat number 3 is likely going to be the next one that I add. You see in their top middle, with all these waveforms around him. I guess mine's actually Kaleidoscope Cat number 2. Okay, but that's our little Louis Wain aside. Okay. Man, that crystal. We just zeroed in on one that looks totally alien. Totally alien. So, I was about to read yet another poem. This one is from Han Shan, even further back in the past, the 9th century. They laugh at me, and they say, "Hey farm boy, skinny head, your hat's not tall enough and your belt goes around you twice." It's not that I don't know what's in fashion. If you don't have the cash, forget it. But someday, I will get rich for sure. And when I'm rich, I will wear a big, tall Buddhist gravestone on my head. I love Han Shan's sense of humor that comes through, even 1,000 years later. More than 1,000 years later. 1,100 years later here. God, when I was flipping through this, I saw the poem, What Are Days? Is there a table of contents in here? There is, but it's not easy to look through. I may as well flip. I promise you, the one that I'm looking for is a gem of a poem. I just need to not get distracted and read every good poem that I come across. And what's the title? No title required. Well, I'd prefer if it had a title. Make it easier for me to remember. Oh, I really need to insert more bookmarks in this. You know what I'm going to do? Rather than looking through this whole thing, I'm just going to Google the poem. Because I don't want to sit here flipping through this whole thing, wasting everybody's time flipping through the book. Because I may very... Nope! The moment I said that, I found it. From Marianne Moore. That's why I thought it was called What Are Days? It's called What Are Years? This is one of my favorites in the whole book. Oh, you also bought this book. So Girl 2.0, if you need to follow along, page 174. Has Aaron already gone to bed? I need to check something. He says he's still in chat. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. It has to do with Christmas presents. From Marianne Moore. What are years? Sorry, Aaron. Can't talk Christmas presents if you're in here. What is our innocence? What is our guilt? All are naked, none is safe. And whence is courage, the unanswered question, the resolute doubt, dumbly calling, deftly listening, that in misfortune, even death, encourages others, and in its defeat stirs the soul to be strong. He sees deep and is glad who accedes to mortality, and in his imprisonment rises upon himself as a sea in a chasm, struggling to be free and unable to be. In its surrendering, finds its continuing. So he who strongly feels, behaves. The very bird, grown taller as he sings, steals his form straight up. Though he is captive, his mighty singing says, satisfaction is a lowly thing, but how pure a thing is joy. This is mortality. This is eternity. What are years? The Google idea worked, but not in the way you thought it would. You bought Misty a monocle for Christmas. You were only half wrong. I sent Misty a Christmas present. I sent Misty some socks. I also sent Contra some socks. And scrubs. Forget. I'm pretty sure I sent Misty the octopus socks. That was when we were frequently reading from our book on octopus brains. Oh, you showed the socks on stream the other night. Excellent. Okay, but that one, What Are Years, is one of my favorites. I should read another. I love this book so much. There's a reason why I've gifted it to so many people and recommended it so many times. We're going to go even older. We're going to go to 300 BC. To something that I basically cannot pronounce. The name is in Chinese. It is the Chuangzu, Chuang-TZU, frequent companion book to the Tao Te Ching. And this is one of the most famous exchanges in the book, called The Joy of Fishes. I love this one so much. Chuangzu and Haizu were crossing the Hao River by a dam. Shuang said, "See how free the fishes leap and dart? That is their happiness." Huai replied, "Since you are not a fish, how do you know what makes fishes happy?" Shuang said, "Since you are not I, How can you possibly know that I do not know what makes fishes happy? Well, I argued, if I, not being you, cannot know what you know, it follows that you, not being a fish, cannot know what they know. Shuang said, "Wait a minute. Back to the original question. What you asked me was, how do you know what makes fishes happy? From the terms of your question, you evidently already know that I know what makes fishes happy. I know the joy of fishes in the river, through my own joy, as I go walking along that same river." That one entertains me so much. If you eat live octopus, they hug your tongue. Yeah, that's one of those ones where, I will say, since I read the book about the octopus brains, I have stopped eating octopus, I will tell you that. But, when they cut the live octopus tentacles, they have these ganglion clusters in them that act kind of like miniature brains. There's a misconception they have a brain for every tentacle, but they do have a distributed nervous system, where they have a primary brain that is donut-shaped wrapped around their esophagus, and then they've distributed some kind of neurological processing power in these ganglion distributed through their body, chiefly to the different tentacles. The analogy given in the book of studying them was kind of like the brain could give a want that it wants something near one of the tentacles and signal to the tentacle, get that, and the tentacle will then feel for it and get the thing. So it's kind of, we have highly centralized nervous systems, so it's hard to even conceptualize what it would be like to tell your hand to hold on to something for you. Yeah. I know the joy of the octopus holding the ball as I hold the same ball myself. Who knows? Will I be going late tonight? I just noticed the time. It is 5:30, so it is already very late. I always have the same goal of ending before sunrise. When is sunrise? Ooh, I'm not going till 7:30. Sunrise is 7:30. We're probably going for about another 30 minutes or less. I did not realize it was as late as it was. I was intending to wrap up not long before Aaron raided, but then after he raided, I've been having so much fun that I've lost track of time, and suddenly 2 hours has gone poof. Yeah, that is late. So yeah, we will be wrapping up relatively soon. Yeah, because ending after sunrise makes it much harder to get to sleep. Yeah, this has been a very fun stream. I want to make sure that people know we'll be going hard Sunday night, Halloween night, my birthday. It's not going to be necessarily super Halloween themed, although we will be getting into some ghost stories about ghost cats from that infamous book, Ghost Cats of the South. We might dip into a tiny bit of Lovecraft or something like that, but it's not going to be like full-on Halloween. It's mostly going to be fun party stream. OpenSet is drinking type stream. Getting goofy. So, let's think. Yes, we will be doing the Book of the Dead, provided I remember, but if you or anybody else there that loves the Book of the Dead is there to request it, the Book of the Dead is like a guaranteed thing for a Halloween stream, along with the voice changer. And we have some fun new tricks with voice changing that I don't know if you've heard yet, Misty, but this RC505, I've gotten a lot more experience with all the different things I can do with it. and I in particular like transposing my voice up in pitch and then ring modulating it. I probably shouldn't do that this late at night, though. It's kind of freaky, and some people may have fallen asleep. God, there's all these fun loops that I want to pull out here right now. I'm not going to do it right, though. Or am I? Or am I? Am I going to do it? If you want to know what it sounds like when I was working on music before a stream, it's the opposite of this. This is what I was working on before stream. Okay. But like I said, it's too late for that. I will get myself wound up doing it. Sound like a 90s printer? I was trying to get some like weird industrial type sounds in there, kind of like printer sounds. Because what I've been enjoying doing is coming up with sequences, blending them together, slicing up something that's saturated in reverb, and then beat scattering it. But that's what I was working on earlier before stream. That loop is just still sitting there in the 505 from that, because if I really like a loop, I'll keep it in the looper, thinking maybe I'll use it when I stream. Maybe, even if I'm intending on not getting all jammy, maybe I'll still use it. Okay. But friends, we need to think about rating and maybe do one final reading tonight. Anybody want to give guidance on an idea or phrase or number that might help guide me to a reading for us to end our evening with and spy at who we might raid? That's also the official warning if anybody in here is intending on streaming tonight, to let me know so I can raid you. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you do gotta get jammy, but I do recognize that the last couple streams that I've done, which have been a little few and far between recently, have been nothing but synth jams with the drum machine pounding. Book 3, page 64, so I'll grab the third book on my shelf and go to page 64. I don't know if you're prepared for this, Girl 2.0. I'll show you that I'm not lying for what book is book 3. Actually, my camera doesn't quite peek down there that far to where these books are arranged. Because the third book on the shelf is a famous one, partially famous for how weird it is. It is the Prose Edda of the Norse mythology, also called the Poetic Edda. This is our fate. Page 64 of the Poetic Edda of Norse mythology. I believe this is the oldest version of Norse mythology that was preserved in Iceland. Prepare yourselves. I should give a... No, we're just going to dive right in. Most of this is a conversation between someone that has entered the afterlife and is talking to a god. Forgive my pronunciation of ancient Norse names. Some of these are weird. Baldur's horse was burned along with him. Thor goes on foot to the doomstead and wades on the following the rivers. Corpt and Ompt and the two Kurlogs These shall Thor wade every day when he goes to judge near the Yggdrasil ash. For the Asa bridge burns ablaze, and the holy waters roar. Then asked Ganglier, "Does fire burn over the Bifrost?" Har answered him, "The red which you see in the rainbow is burning fire. The frost giants and the mountain giants would go up to heaven if the Bifrost were passable for all who desired to go there. Many fair places there are in heaven, but they are all protected by a divine defense. There stands a beautiful hall near the fountain beneath the ash. Out of it come 3 maids, whose names are Urd, Verdand, and Skuld. These maids shape the lives of men, and we call them Norns. There are yet more Norns, namely those who come to every man when he is born, to shape his life, and these are known to be of the race of the gods. Others, on the other hand, are of the race of the elves, and yet others are of the dwarves. As is here said, far asunder, I think, the Norns are born. They are not of the same race. Some are of the Asas, some are of the elves, and others are daughters of the Dvalin." Then said Ganglier, "If the Norns rule the fortunes of men, then they deal them out exceedingly unevenly. Some men live a good life and are rich. Some get neither wealth nor praise. Some have a long life, others short." Har then answered Ganglier, "Good Norns are those of good descent that shape good lives. And when some men are weighed down with misfortune, it is the evil Norns who have caused it." Ah, Misty just understood someone's name. You have no one to raid up there, but Mary Amber is genuinely hilarious. Oh, I'm familiar with Mary Amber. I have a general bias where I always want to try to raid somebody who's a friend of the stream. And we have 2 options for good friends of the stream right now. One of which I don't think we have ever had the chance to raid, who was in here earlier. He is playing a game, though. He is in European time zone. Another one is doing art, who is a European friend who we've raided frequently, who I imagine Misty may have almost raided before coming over here. Is, of course, Fabio. I am very tempted to go raid Herc Morningstar. Herc Morningstar is a good friend to many streams that I really like, and I've never had the chance to raid him. Has he gotten affiliate yet? Because I think that he was trying to get affiliate to be able to, have emotes. And I think that if we raid him, that will give him the numbers boost to become an affiliate. What do we say? We gonna go raid our German friend who is playing House Flipper? Help him get his numbers for affiliate? Because he is a very, very good friend of many great streams here. I think we gotta do it. Let's go raid Herc. If I can even spell his long name. Herc Morningstar TMA _0. Okay. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out. Oh yeah, I see that digital seahorse. I was scanning him too, but I always start my targeted raids from the bottom of the list first, for who could most use the chunk of viewers hopping in their stream. Alright guys, thanks everybody. I said I was going to stream again tomorrow, but we have streamed into tomorrow. I will need to sleep in the first part of the day, where I'd intended to do a stream today, but no regrets. Had a great time here tonight. Let's go raid our friend. I'll be back again streaming again before my birthday on Sunday, at some point this week. Hopefully twice. We'll see. We shall see. Let's go raid. And yes, what Digital Seahorse just said is having people talk in there, multiple people talking at once, like if we do like raid call type things, that will also help him get some like unlock things on here. Welcome back, Uggs. We are just about to raid. He does have follower only mode on. Let me ask if he wants to. Actually, I can't hear him. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and raid. Hey, Amberly. You guys have caught me here right as we're about to raid. But we're raiding our friend Herc Morningstar, who I know is, wants to get affiliate, and I think this raid will boost his numbers just fine to get affiliated this month. I know a lot of people have follower-only mode on after the whole bots scandals were going around. What a pain that was with Twitch. Yeah, so October's just been very busy for me, but we're back. Well, I should say, October has been both very busy and a bit difficult for me, but most of that's behind me now. But we'll be getting on to more regular streaming here now, especially now that midterms are done. Remember, I don't know how much that actually matters these days, because that type of thing changes. Either way, he's going to appreciate having a raid come in. Because I think the affiliate benchmark isn't very high for viewers, especially if people stick around for any amount of time in there. Alright, but let's go.